How we doing? And congratulations. Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer, Almighty God, who in infinite and prudential goodness have appointed those of leaders and parliaments for the office of certain just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these your servants, who may be pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings set of us assembled and grant that the may as in your presence, to it and cause no matter that shall come with their deliberation, is so just and fair manner promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those who interest you have committed to your church.
Honorable members, can we have free sitting? We can have free sitting.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, first I want to apologize for calling you for this special session because I know you've been bonding with your members, your voters. We are truly sorry for calling you on short notice. And I want to welcome you this afternoon for the sitting. As per the notice that was issued by the clerk on 26th June 2024, the purpose of this sitting is for reconsideration of the appropriation bill 2024, which was initially passed by this House on 16th May 2024. And it was transmitted to the President on 31st May 2024, but it was returned by His Excellency the President on 22nd June 2024, and that is pursuant to Article 91(3)(c) of the Constitution of Republic of Uganda. The return of the bill was within the 30 days as prescribed by Article 91(3) of the Constitution. Honorable members, Article 91(6) of the Constitution enjoins the House to reconsider a bill which His Excellency returns. And I want to tell this House, this bill is just like any other bill that has always been returned. Therefore, pursuant to Article 143(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I'll read the President's letter, which is returning the bill, and I'll read it verbatim. You have something? I thought I was reading the letter.
Madam Speaker, Rule 9 of our rules of procedure is on seating arrangement in the House. Specifically, rule
There is an order.
against procedure, maybe from a new MP. Madam Speaker, Rule 9(3) is couched in mandatory terms. The seats to the left hand of the Speaker shall be reserved for the leader of the opposition and members of the opposition party or parties in the House. Madam Speaker, this rule is couched in mandatory terms. These NRM people who are squeezing us, let them stand there. Because the rule said so.
Honorable,
The rule is to, I am drawing the attention of the Speaker to the rule. It
Honorable
cannot
member,
be Parliament chorusing in ruling, otherwise that will be a market.
thank you. Honorable members, I respect Rule 9 that you've just read, but as a Speaker of the House, when you look at Rule 9(5), the Speaker shall ensure that each member of Parliament is comfortable in the House. Is comfortable, and that's why I said free sitting. Honorable members, when we're in this house, we are brothers and sisters. Let's just make sure that we are comfortable. We are comfortable, and let's sit wherever you can. No, it is only free sitting, please.
Speaker, as you have quoted the rules, I agree with you. But what is painful is members sitting next to us and they turn against us on serious matters. So keep in our side. The way I want UPDF to, we should share their votes whenever we are voting. 5 UPDF on opposition, 5 UPDF on NRM, and then we move on.
You're already
But
debating
they
on
turn against us
anticipation.
and they go panchuriam.
You're debating on anticipation. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, as I said, I'm going to read the President's letter. The letter is addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Uganda, Kampala, dated 22nd June 2024. Reference is budget reallocation by Parliament. The recent case of the members of Parliament that were arrested for some alleged offenses has highlighted the mistake that the members of Parliament interfering with the constitutional mandate of the President of budgeting for the country by reallocating monies budgeted for the core sectors of the economy. In the last 4 financial years, the members of parliament have been reallocated a total of Uganda shillings 3.7 trillion. This is a real sabotage. When we reconstructed Kampala-Masaka Road, we used Uganda shillings 440 billion. Therefore, diverting the 3.1 trillion in 4 years is equivalent to aborting 9 big roads of the Kampala-Masaka type, or a much larger number of smaller roads. You know very well the important roads that we have been struggling with. You have seen how much the Tirinyi-Palisa-Kumi road has helped the people of the area by avoiding the need to pass through Mbale city when they are traveling to Soroti. You have seen how the Musita, Mayuge, Namayingo, Busia road has helped the people of that area. You have seen how the Mukono, Katosi, Nkokonjero, Nyenga road has helped the people of that area. Yet, for the Tirinyi-Palisa-Kumi road, we used Uganda shillings 443.42 billion only. How much more happy would you have the Ugandans be if you have tarmacked the Kumi, Ngora, Serere, Bugondo road, the Soroti, Amuria, Achanpi, Patong, Abim road, the Kanoni, Mityana road, the Nyansi, Kasanda, Bukunyu, Kivoga road, the Sembabule, Liantonde, Rakai road, the Luero, Butalangwa, Ngoma, Masindi road, the Nsinka, Nyakabirizi road, the Nakivale Rakai road, the Fort Portal, Kijura road, etc. I have written this issue. See my letter dated 28th April 2020. The Attorney General has guided on the matter. The court have guided, yet the practice goes on. There are 3 mistakes involved here. These are indiscipline in budgeting, sabotaging the national priorities, and now the suspicion of massive corruption. I am therefore writing to request that this practice stops accordingly. As per Article 91(3)(c) of the Constitution of 1995, I decline to assent to Appropriation Bill 2024 and return it to Parliament, and request that no reshuffling of the budget should ever happen again without an input of the executive. Apart from the legality and constitutionality of the issues involved, there is common sense. sprinkling money by MPs to get cheap popularity in their constituencies will make us to lose the focus on the core items. How can patriots be part of these mistakes? Signed by the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Honorable members, that is a letter which is returning the bill. Honorable members, Honorable Leon. Honorable members, as you are aware, Rule 143(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament requires that I refer the returned bill to the relevant committee, which in this case is the Budget Committee. However, the Budget Committee is not yet fully constituted because not all sectoral committees have their leadership in place. As you may recall, the sectoral committee chairpersons are ex-officials of members of Budget Committee as provided for under Rule 173(2) of the Rules of Procedure. Yes, procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, given the statement you have just made and the letter for the return of the bill that you have read, I wish to seek for your guidance as the custodian of the rules of procedure. And while seeking for this guidance, I wish to read Rule 143 Sub-Rule 2 together with Rule 2 under interpretation that defines a committee. Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 143(2) reads, the Speaker shall refer the bill to the relevant committee, and the committee shall consider the request of the President and report to the House within 2 weeks. Under Rule 2, a committee, Right Honorable Speaker, means a committee of the whole House,
Is on procedure.
a standing committee, a sectoral committee,
Is on procedure.
a select committee, an ad hoc committee, or any other committee of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, you have stated that under Rule 143(2), you may be under obligation to refer it to the Parliamentary Committee on Budget. And yet under Rule 2, the scope in terms of definition of a committee is wider, indicating means a committee of the whole House, a standing committee, a sectoral committee, a select committee. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right for you to invoke your powers and this House constitutes itself into a committee of the whole House under Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure of this Parliament?
Thank you. Honorable members, I was still communicating. Honorable members. Council, you have nowhere to sit. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, please give counsel where to sit. Honorable members, can we have some silence? Pius, get out of there. You are not a minister. Honorable members, can I have some silence? Can I have silence? Honorable members, I was still communicating. Under the rules, I'm supposed to send the report, I mean the returned bill to the committee. And the relevant committee that I'm supposed to send the bill is the Committee of Budget. And as I said before, that the Budget Committee is not well constituted. And why is it not well constituted? Because we do not have other chairpersons, about 18 chairpersons. We do not have the chairpersons. And I think that is the spirit that the government chief whip came up with, that instead of going to the committee, can we handle it as a committee of the whole house? Honorable Dur, Constitutional Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, you are right, but I must add that the strongest justification for not sending this bill to the Budget Committee is that there is a very serious allegation of grave corruption against the Budget Committee. And the wording of that letter by the President that specifically mentions allegations of corruption, and he's not doing it for the first time. When he came to pay tribute to the late Cecilia, he accused Parliament in your presence that the Parliament is corrupt. When we went for State of Nation, he said that. On Budget Day, he said that. And in the letter, the accusation is against all members of the Budget Committee. I would feel extremely uncomfortable that this reference is made to the Budget Committee. I support that the Committee of the whole House, and we are here seated, can actually process the matter.
Thank you, thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded by Okwalinga, by Aroboy, by Alion, by the Vice President of Uganda, Prime Minister, Deputy Security, by the whole of front desk. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the appropriation bill as returned by His Excellency the President be referred to the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I have two procedural issues. The first is that the government chief whip did not move a motion. He actually rose on procedure and he was seeking guidance. That is the first procedural issue I am seeking for your intervention. The second one, I disagree with my Minister for Justice that the whole of the Budget Committee is actually accused of corruption. I sit on that Budget Committee. I have never asked or even signed the major report.
Honorable members, can I rewrite? reread the letter?
Yes.
First of all, the issue of moving a motion is basically a prayer that somebody seeks for the House to take a decision. And he had his prayer, which has been put to a vote, and it has been accepted. So it passes. You want the letter to be reread? First of all, honorable members, we cannot say that our members are corrupt. We cannot, even if some of our members have been arrested and they're in prison, there is a presumption of innocence. Honorable members, can you shut up? Please. There is a presumption of innocence. You cannot say somebody is a thief. How many members are in a budget committee? How many are you? Eh? Chairman, how many members? There are 65 members in the budget committee. Now we want a clarification from a clarification.
Right Honorable Speaker. This is a house of record.
Search.
This is a house of record.
Search.
I want to clarify as follows. I was present when the head of state came to pay his tribute to the late Cecilia Ogwal. And in his speech, he said it, Madam Speaker, you were there. The president accused this parliament of being corrupt. When we were in Kololo, it was mentioned. In this letter, the president has written the word corruption and said with allegation. It is in this letter. It is also factual.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's give each one let's give people time.
Just the justification that I had
Yes.
for supporting that the committee of the whole house handles this matter
Yes.
was based on one, the reallocations being contested by the president was done by the budget committee and brought to this house. And the house adopted it. So it means the budget committee already did their part. This house can then sit. This house can sit and therefore take a decision on a case-by-case basis on the matters raised by the president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commercial.
Thank you. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. I have a proposal.
Honorable members.
Right.
Honorable members, if the statement of corruption hurt anybody, that one we must say really sorry about it.
Right.
But honorable members, nobody is corrupt. If that's what you want to hear.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. This matter, Right Honorable Speaker, the matter is before us. Whether we do ping pong on who is corrupt and who is not, the matter is before us. When the budget committee brings the report, it is approved by the whole house. Whether you want to pretend that you are not touched or not, you are part of this parliament. It is my view, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, that we restrict ourselves to either reconsideration or rejection of this matter, and we pass it and move.
These other, the rest is grasshopper mentality. You are in one bottle, just biting each other for no reason. That is my.
Thank you. Isaiah,
Madam Speaker.
Isaiah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Isaiah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the appropriation bill was brought to this House. Budget Committee did its work. This Parliament passed it. I could be more comfortable, Right Honorable Speaker, if we compared what we passed at this House and what was sent to the President for consenting. As long as we first know what we passed, maybe you never know along the way. You never know along the way. That's why we need first to look at what we passed and what was sent to the President. Before you can proceed, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam,
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members.
Madam.
Proceed.
Honorable members. Honorable members. When a bill is passed in this House, it goes to the legal team to refine it and send it for assent. The bill that was sent to the President is what was passed in this House. We want to get a confirmation from the Minister of Finance. Was the bill which was passed in this House, is that what was received by the President?
Madam Speaker, I wish to confirm that the bill which Parliament passed on 16th of May 2024 is the same bill that was sent to the President for assent.
Thank you.
Here with me is the copy which I can lay.
Thank you. Aisha. Atikins.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Susan.
I have two procedural issues. Right Honorable Speaker. First, Speaker, you earlier ruled that the front bench will always be designated for the ministers. Right Honorable Speaker, our side people do not have where to sit. It is full by NRM officers, and they are seated very uncomfortably, one sitting on another. I request that you'll ask the NRM backbenchers to leave the front bench of the opposition. That's one. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, listening to the President's letter, actually, the President's letter blames corruption on the whole House. I even doubt whether at this time we have the moral authority to discuss what the President sent back to us after he has accused us, all of us, of being corrupt. Number two, when you listen to the President's letter, there are serious legal issues he speaks to. In a way, he wants his bill, the statutory bill that came to us, to pass as he brings it. Does Parliament have any mandate to appropriate, according to him? According to that letter, the President says we do not have mandate to tamper with his budget the way he brings to us. We honestly need legal interpretation whether this House has mandate to appropriate And if the House has mandate to appropriate, then what is the form of appropriation that Parliament should do or can do? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, thank you,
Procedure, Right Honorable.
thank you. Honorable members, Parliament. And nobody will take it away from us.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I need your protection, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to request honorable members to appreciate that the president respects this house. That's why he sent back this bill for reconsideration. If he was not respecting us, he has options. He can warrant, but he went aside. He decided to bring back this bill because he respects this house. Can I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that you allow the Attorney General to come in at this time so that he can guide us?
Procedure, we shall guide ourselves. Procedure.
Audria.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of corruption in this parliament has gone beyond borders. Right Honorable Speaker, we have lost trust in the budget committee. That is why I think the president has written to you, so that this house can be given opportunity to scrutinize the budget in relation to his rejections for reallocation. Madam Speaker, the procedural matter I want to raise is debate and let the House go for the reallocation. You have ruled, Madam Speaker. Are we moving well procedurally on a matter that you have ruled on?
Thank you. Honorable members, Rule 222. Rule 222, reconsideration of the decision of the House. The House has already made a decision. The House has already made a decision. Can I now have the minister move a motion?
Item 3, motion for reconsideration of the appropriation bill 2024
Procedure, Honorable
as
Speaker.
returned by His Excellency the President in accordance with Article 91(3)(c) of the Constitution and Rule 143 of the Rules of Procedure.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Doctor, you wait. Let him move a motion and you will bring all that when we are in the committee of the whole house.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for correcting the anomaly where you've referred now for a formal motion to be moved by the Minister of Finance. Since this is an appropriation bill, it couldn't have been moved by the Government Chief Whip when the Minister is here. That one, I thank you. But number 2, Right Honorable Speaker.
The other one was different. Very different.
My implication is for you to pick the cue from that. I was just tickling you to pick a cue from that. I was giving you the beef for me.
Say, stop tickling me.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This is not a normal reconsideration of the bill. For almost a quarter of a century, I've been to this house. almost a quarter of a century I've been to this house. I'm going to make a quarter of a century. This has never been, this is quite unprecedented. And I would have requested, Right Honorable Speaker, to allow the House to interrogate the circumstances under which the budget speech already made to the Ugandans were received by the country, and now the president is referring back the bill, this parliament, for reconsideration. Does it mean that the president reads the budget without assigning or assenting to it? And that is one dilemma. The second dilemma, Right Honorable Speaker, I have, as parliament will look bad. Who caused this? We want to know. Don't blame all of us to this. Who caused all this? Let us know, let us interrogate who tampered for selfish reasons the budget of the country. If you talk about 3.1 trillion, 3.1 trillion in 4 years, this is huge amounts of money. Right? It isn't a normal reconsideration. Bad motive has been imputed on this house, and the president cannot speak in vain. It means he has evidence.
Can we first constitute the house into a committee of the whole house?
But
then we will talk.
Right Honorable Speaker, let us first exhaust this, then we can go back knowing the reasons. And what are we moving from and where are we moving next? What is the problem? Who did this? We must know who are the thieves, if they are thieves of the 3.1 trillion. Yes, I'll take it.
Procedure.
This is getting out of hand.
Procedure.
Honorable, you don't have to raise your voice for me to hear you. I am saying, honorable members, Honorable Leon brought a very good suggestion. Avur, sit. Honorable members, we are saying we are going to have a committee of the whole house. And in that committee of the whole house, can I have silence? Can you first, Honorable Minister of Finance, move a motion and we go into a debate?
Right Honorable Speaker, before the motion, I would like to request the executive, the appropriation bill, we passed it and should have taken effect on 1st July. We are now into the financial year. Before we even move to consider, would the executive address us under what legal regime and what will happen now that we don't have a law in place? So that
AJ. AJ.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as you have clearly stated, the President has returned the appropriations bill under Article 9. Honorable Chimosho did mention here that we were all in the House when this bill was passed. And this parliament constitutes a front bench and a back bench. And therefore, we are collectively responsible
for the decisions that were made in this House on that day. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the bill is also founded in law. And the decision of the president to return the bill to this House is backed by both the Constitution and even our rules of procedure. And as such, we are not operating outside any provisions of the law. While we do this appropriation, honorable colleagues and members,
Order, Madam.
we need to consider the priorities both of government and also the available resources. So, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, when the bill is brought back to Parliament, it should not be taken as an offensive act by the executive. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the framers of this constitution were alive. The framers of this constitution were alive to the fact that there will come a day when July 1 comes to pass before the Appropriations Act is passed. In Article 154(4), the exercise of the executive authority by the president to issue a warrant can be done before 1st July or after. Honorable colleagues, we don't have a crisis. Government, there are sufficient legal mechanisms to ensure that government continues running. I want to employ your colleagues. Let us all sit down and reconsider.
Counsel, you mean a warrant has been issued?
No, the warrant has not been issued, but what Honorable Dur was asking is what happens. And we are saying that we are well within our rights because the Constitution anticipated that we can deal with the Appropriations Act even after 1st July. There's no warrant current.
So in
Clarification. Madam
Yes.
Speaker,
law,
Madam Speaker, the both print and electronic media is awash with what the PSST opined about, especially when he raised this same issue of the warrant. And I would like to seek clarification from the Attorney General whether the president, as of now that we do not have an appropriation act in operation, whether he has already issued a warrant to issue funds from the consolidated fund until the expiry of 4 months, as stipulated in that Article 154, which you have ably quoted.
Right Honorable Speaker, I can state with no fear of contradiction that the president has not issued a warrant under Article 154(4) of the Constitution. The president has chosen to take the path of coming back to the House so we can go through this budget and do this exercise.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, when you look at Article 154(4), if the president is satisfied that the Appropriation Act in respect of any financial year will not or has not come into operation by the beginning of the financial year, the president may, subject to the provisions of the article, authorize an issue of monies from the consolidated fund, and that is a warrant. Now, in the circumstance, today is 2nd, and that's why we say, because of the time, let's have this passed so that we do not bring in the issue of the warrant. We have the act passed, we have the bill passed, and then we have the act by it.
Procedure.
There's a motion.
Procedure.
Yes?
Yeah, but Madam Speaker, I think government must find a smart way of answering this. Even this particular sitting of Parliament is costing money. That's why when we took a decision that the budget will be read in May and it will be processed in May and read in June,
the idea was that day one under Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, that day one you issue authority to begin spending. I have seen ministers coming here. So who has fueled their vehicles? Who, under whose authority are they spending? So that's what you need to deal with practically.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, can I have the motion?
Procedure before the motion. Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
I will give you to speak. First, wait. You will speak. You will speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I rose on a procedural point, and the procedure relates to the motion you are about to move. The motion for the appropriation bill we passed was moved by a minister of finance who was acting on the delegated powers of the president, and it turned out in the president's letter that the executive had not been consulted. So as you move the motion, can you guarantee to this house that you are now moving after consulting the executive, and what you are going to speak here represents the position of the executive, so that we do not do the same thing again? Thank you.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker. Before the minister.
Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker.
honorable members, the Vice President of Republic of Uganda is in the house, representing the President of Uganda. The Prime Minister is here, and they can confirm that the delegated powers
Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker and colleagues, I rise to make a clarification on the issue that the Member of Parliament who had just spoken in that microphone.
Honorable Guzili.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for clarifying to me his correct name and constituency. But the idea here is that the matter before us is for all of us, because all of us are members of Parliament. I would like, Madam Speaker, to state that the way we are proceeding is extremely satisfactory, save for the threats which I'm receiving from the Honorable Panado. But in short, Madam Speaker,
we just want an
motion which
assurance.
the minister is going to present, Honorable Nganda, the motion which the Minister of Finance is going to present is a motion that is coming to this house in full view of the knowledge and also the satisfaction of His Excellency the President. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Thank you.
the procedure matter. I move
Clarification from the
procedure. No, she gave me a speak after the Vice President.
Honorable Batua, I did not give you to speak. Honorable Batua, switch off the microphone. James, sit. James, sit. James, sit. Let's get the motion. Let's get the motion. James, can you sit? No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I proceed. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to reconsider the annual budget estimates for financial.
Honorable members, I wish you could listen so that you're able to ask him what you want. Amero, I'm going to give you next. Yes.
I restart again. Motion of a resolution of Parliament to reconsider the annual budget estimates for the financial 2024-25. And I'm moving under Article 191, Part 3, Part C, and 115 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, and the Rules 143 and 149, Part 4, and 151 of the Rules of Procedure of this August House. Whereas on the 28th March 2024, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, laid before Parliament for approval the proposed annual budget estimates and work plans for the financial 2024-25. And whereas on the 16th May 2024, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid before Parliament for approval a corrigenda to the annual budget estimates. Aware that in accordance with Section 13, Part 1 of the Public Finance Act, of the Public Finance Management Act, and the Rule 149, Part 4 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, Parliament on 16th May 2024 considered and approved the annual budget estimates for the financial 2024-25. Noting that on the 16th May 2024, following the approval of the annual budget estimates for the financial 2024-25, amounting to shillings 72 trillion 136 billion 504 billion millions 253,000. Parliament under Article 152 and 156 considered the appropriation bill 2024, authorizing the Treasury to issue out the consolidated fund and apply towards the supply granted to the government for the service of the year ending 30 June 2025. The sum being Uganda shillings 34 trillion 756 billion 338 million and 622,000. Recognizing that the appropriation bill 2024 was in accordance with Article 91(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, presented to His Excellency the President for assent, and the President, in accordance with Article 191, Part 2, Subsection C, refused to assent to the appropriation bill 2024 and returned the bill to this August House. Acknowledging that in his letter returning the bill, His Excellency the President expressed concern over reallocations made in the national budget estimates over the years and the effect of such a reallocation on altering government priorities, consequently causing a shift in government priorities. Can I be protected, Madam Speaker?
Please go ahead.
Considering that where the President refuses to assent to a bill and returns it under Article 91, Part 3 and C of the Constitution. Parliament may, in accordance with Article 91, Part 6 of the Constitution, reconsider the bill and return it to the President for assent. Further consideration that the national budget estimates contain both statutory expenditure and non-statutory expenditure, which then inform the contents of the appropriation bill and the reallocation in the national budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25 affected some votes under the statutory expenditure and some votes in the appropriation bill 2024. Aware that according to Article 156, Part 1 of our Constitution and Rule 152, Part 1 of the Rules of Procedure of our Parliament, the schedule to the appropriation bill must contain the allocations as appropriated by the Committee of Supply. Convinced that before reconsidering the appropriation bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President, Parliament should first reconsider the annual budget estimates for the financial year 24-25 in order to ensure that votes under statutory expenditure affected by the reallocation are considered in the Committee of Supply, and the allocations are appropriated by the Committee of Supply are reflected in the schedule to the appropriation bill during its reconsideration. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this August House that the House resolves itself into the Committee of Supply to reconsider the schedule of the annual estimates for the financial year 2024-25 as attached to this motion in order to address the concerns raised by His Excellency the President. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Is it seconded? Yes. Seconded by Dr. Chen, by Helen, by Arrowboy, by the whole front bench, by Max, by Isaac, by Nora, by Kavuma, by the whole house on this side. On this side, on this side. I am saying on the right-hand side. The
Procedure.
honorable members,
Madam, ex-officials have been seconding.
which honorable members, can you justify your motion?
Order.
Justify your motion.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
You people, can we have the motion justified first?
Madam Speaker.
Can you justify your
Madam
motion?
Speaker, procedure. We don't want to be challenged. Once a motion is moved and you ask for the seconders, names must be mentioned.
I did.
And if our next official stands supporting the motion, it becomes null and void because there is no right of voting here.
Can
We have a
we?
lot of challenges we must fight, but this one, let us not allow it. So names mentioned, I am not seconding the motion. If I remain seated, I'm not supporting the motion.
Is the motion seconded? Can you stand up, those who are seconding the motion? I have Kimosho, Orone, Ishagi, Ikojo, Sauda, Stephen Kangwaje, Tom Bright, Opolot, but Ochoa, I have Ochoa, I have Rukari, I have Kinyamatama, Magogo, I have Sarah, I have Ayume, Sentai, Margaret, Isaac, Muzee, Alioni, Komakech, Mpindi, Emmanuel, by the whole front bench, the whole army. Honorable members, can we have a justification? Justification. Members, honorable members, can we have some silence? You leave alone.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker and the colleagues, please. I am begging for your ears so that we
Honorable members, listen.
do our business very seriously. The justification has been read within the motion. The justification
Honorable members, listen.
His Excellency the President returned the budget back to Parliament. Parliament, we must pass the budget, otherwise.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Minister.
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Minister, first wait. Honorable members. Honorable members. Can I have some silence? The bill has been returned to the House for reconsideration. And what the House is asking Honorable Musasizi and Attorney General is give us the justification. Give us a justification as to why you're bringing this motion.
Madam Speaker and the colleagues, don't forget I'm also a member of Parliament. The justification is within the motion.
Madam Speaker, it's painful to raise a point of order to a senior man like Honorable Matia Kasaija. Our rules are very clear. Once someone reads his motion, you seek for those supporting the motion. Then justification is within his own words. But he cannot come before this House and says that his motion and justifications are within the same motion. Someone who has been in the Parliament for over 30 years here, 40 years, and running finance, is it in order?
Thank you.
It would be prudent.
Honorable members.
Is there.
Honorable members, let me simplify your work. The justification of the return is in the letter. That's the justification of the return.
Procedure.
Honorable members.
Procedure, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I want us to debate. I want us to debate. I want us to debate the motion. Please sit. Sit and we debate the motion. I am going to put a question. I put a question that the House resolves itself to a committee of the whole house to consider the motion. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are looking at now. Honorable members, we are having a debate on the motion.
Yes, yes, but
Honorable
Chair,
members, first sit.
Chair,
Sit here.
Chair, we can only debate when you are in the chair. As Speaker, we can debate when you are in the chair as Speaker.
Honorable members, this is a committee of the whole house. If to debate the motion, it is a committee of the whole house to debate the motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to give some clarification. When the bill is returned.
Honorable member.
Yes.
Honorable members, after this, we shall go for a committee of supply. And I don't want you to imagine that we're in a committee of supply. We are having a committee of the whole house to debate the motion. And where you don't understand, please ask.
Yeah, procedure. That's where I don't understand.
Madam Chair.
Procedure, Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, what I wanted to say, just to help the House move forward.
Listen to Justice.
Yes. So, Madam Speaker and the House had the opportunity to refer this return bill to the Budget Committee. But we decided that it should be referred to the Committee of the whole House. So what we are doing now is as if the Budget Committee, in quotes, is sitting to receive from the Minister detailed justification. And then
chaired by the Speaker.
Yes, chaired by the Speaker and report. So
who is the chair now?
Yes, the Speaker is the chair. So there is no contradiction. The Minister of Finance right now should now come as if he's presenting to the Budget Committee and start telling us details of the reallocations one by one, and the House will interrogate us documents and take a decision, and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Procedure. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Because what we are.
You are the shadow. Can you first hear from the main minister? Then you come and respond. Let the Minister of Finance. But what are you going to debate before the minister presents? Yes. Honorable Minister, can you present to the House? Honorable members, please listen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I beg the indulgence of the House. Since I'm now presenting the same way we normally do in the Budget Committee, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, on 16th of May, 2024, when Parliament considered the appropriations bill, we made a number of adjustments. And these adjustments were made, but the president was not satisfied. And as a result of that, he returned the bill for consideration and requested that the reallocated amounts by Parliament be reinstated. And I wish to take Parliament through the details of these numbers.
What are the details you need?
Under vote, Thank
you very much. Madam Speaker,
Chair.
Honorable Mr. The Speaker has allowed me. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister is referring to a document which he is reading, but is not. We are not privy to the document. As members of Parliament, we're going to make
It is in your, where is your iPad?
I have it here. It is not there.
Give them to help
It is
you
not there.
operate it.
Maybe.
No.
Would
Give
it
the IT
be-
people to help you.
Madam, can they project it as we always do?
Use your iPad. Use your iPad. IT people help.
Madam Chair. Madam
Minister,
Chair,
proceed.
procedure.
IT department, can you help in?
Point. We need them.
On a procedure matter, right?
We are
Madam
not
Chair.
children, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Xavier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I have listened to the minister's preamble that the appropriation we did was not okay with the president in some areas. But Madam Chair, I want to remember that while at Kororo, during the budget speech day, the president, from his words, gave you a lot of praises as the speaker, the Minister of Finance as the minister, and the Parliament as Parliament for the appropriation we did, which he was very happy with. And he said, for the first time, we made the budget which was pro people. And all his statements are unanswered.
Honorable.
Are unanswered. So now, where does the minister get the audacity of saying the president was not happy with what we did, yet he gave us a lot of praises. He was very happy with the budget we passed. What happened? What went wrong?
Honorable members.
Can we go ahead when we have those on the handset without being expunged? What
Honorable members, there is no addition in this budget. It is basically realignment in some departments, in some sectors.
On a procedure note, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, my point of order. The colleague from the NRM side knows that we are dealing with a president who is 80 years old. Is he in order not to know that all people keep forgetting?
On a procedure note, Madam Chair, I move. Madam Chair, on a procedure note, I move to inform this House on the procedure note that the matter before us borders criminality, and it is a matter that is unprecedented all over the African continent. Right, Honorable Speaker, so Madam Chair, we are proceeding in a manner that convinces me as though we are covering up some of the people for the wrongs they did in this. I was convenient
Just a
if
minute.
we were to move
Honorable,
this business.
Doctor, do you want to say that returning a bill is criminal?
Madam Chair,
I want to
as we speak, the budget committee is primary.
listen.
Members have been.
Can you sit down? Sit down. I want to refer you to article. Sit. I want to refer you to article 91. 91(3). Open your constitution. That is the rules.
The whole of it. Yes.
91(3).
Chair, we were moving very well, and the Minister of Finance was reading specifics. I want to pray that we allow the minister to read the specifics. We want to know where are the problems.
Dr. Monica, you will not, Dr. Monica, give me space.
Excuse me.
I'm reading to you.
I don't want you to read to me. Please. 91(3), the president shall within 30 days after a bill is presented to him or her, assent to the bill, to return the bill to Parliament within requesting for a bill to be reconsidered. C, notify the speaker in writing that he or she refuses to assent to the bill, which he has done. When you start talking and castigating a committee, that budget was not passed by a committee of budget alone. It was passed by this house. It was passed by this house. Please sit down.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
I am saying sit down.
On the procedural matter, my procedure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I would like us to get clear to each other and fair to each other. When you call a budget committee a sin of crime and corrupt, let's come out clear. Who does what in the process of budgeting? A budget comes to the house. Allow me to speak because you are speaking, I didn't interfere with you.
First allow.
Procedure. Procedure, Madam.
First it.
It's okay, it's okay.
First it.
Honorable colleagues, I've come through a chair.
Okay.
So colleagues, the issue is simple. Let's remind ourselves the process of budgeting so that we point a finger and identify enemy correctly. So let's remind ourselves that a budget comes to the floor. When it comes to the floor, it's referred to sectoral committees. Which sectoral committees interrogate the budget seriously with the entities responsible. The sectoral committees make reports to the floor, which floor debates the sectoral reports and recommendations, and refers all of them to budget committee for harmonization, reconciliation, and make recommendations. Colleagues, we must all get informed that any recommendations made by budget committee are parts of the reports from the sector committees. And for your information, we started from the budget framework paper, which is budget framework paper recommendations were up to 20. Why don't you want me to bring this out? Why don't you want this to come clear? No, I'm not debating. I have not gone to the bill. I have a right to talk as a member. I have a right. Why? I will not sit down on your orders. I can't.
Honorable members,
Right.
honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Leon. Honorable Leon, allow the chair to finish. We are
We are all members. No. Why is it becoming bitter when we are bringing the issues clear? Now, colleagues, we start with the budget framework paper. And the process of recommendations, we capture recommendations for unfunded priorities. The unfunded priorities are presented by ministers. The ministers present a budget framework paper with recommendations to the sector committees.
Honorable Chair.
And the total for, right honorable, let's get it clear. The total for budget framework paper recommendations was about 23 trillion for unfunded priorities.
Honorable Chair.
Now, by the time the budget estimates came, again, the same process and the recommendations, we shall come to that. Hold on first.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Chair. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. First give him to present.
Honorable Chair, I have had the Honorable Chair budgets.
Honorable Minister, can you give us justification? Honorable Minister. Check your iPods.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair, I wish to present the justification for reinstating the funds that were reallocated by Parliament on the budget for financial year 2024-2025. And specifically, under vote 008, there was transfer to other government units, specifically capitalization of Uganda Development Bank, 30 billion. Our justification to reinstate this is that UDB is still undercapitalized. As at the end of December 2023, UDB's pipeline of approved projects was worth Uganda shillings 1 trillion to be invested in key priorities of wealth creation, agro-processing, value addition, manufacturing, tourism, and mineral beneficiation. It will also support youth-led enterprises, manufacturers, and provide working capital for exporters and those involved in import substitution. Another area of reduction was transfer to other government units, capitalization of agricultural credit facility, 20 billion. Our justification for reinstatement is that the agricultural credit facility is undercapitalized and yet is supporting the agro-industrialization program. The funds required to finance the approved pipeline loans at BOU amounting to 154 billion against the cash of Uganda shilling 79 billion. The agricultural credit facility extra account in Bank of Uganda is therefore in a deficit of Uganda shilling 74 billion. The agricultural credit facility supports agricultural projects to access patient capital for commercial, on-farm investment, post-harvest management, agro-processing, and trade in agricultural produce. We have under Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, there was an amount cut from liquefied petroleum gas supply and infrastructure intervention of 25 billion. And these funds are required to meet ongoing contractual obligations for liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, promotional kits, service providers, and other LPG interventions such as Hoima LPG storage terminal land. There is also 6.8 billion under Namaveth thermal power, and these funds are required for capacity payments for the operations of Namaveth thermal power plant for energy security. There is also 4 billion reduced from the mineral regulation infrastructure project, and these are funds required to commence establishment of mineral regulations and revenue collection infrastructure and implementation of the minerals law. These include way bridges and government regulated markets for precious stones, etc. Under the same vote, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, there was a reduction of 15 billion from rural electrification and connectivity projects. These funds amounting to 15 billion, these funds are required to kickstart works on the major 7 construction lots, and the 7 lots include the following. Under batch 1 is the Eastern Service Territory, including West Budama South, Tororo South, and the Tororo Municipality in Tororo District, Parisa County, and Gogonyo in Parisa District. Under batch 2, still in the Eastern Service Territory, covers areas of Usiki in Namutumba, Bukori South in Bujiri, Kamuli District, Kachumbara in Bukedea District, Mbale Northern Division, and Bungoko in Mbale District and Serere District. Road 3, Northwest Service Territory for Buyanja East in Chivale District, Bugangei South in Kakumiro District, Buhaguzi in Hoima, Hoima City, Chikube, and Buyaga East in Kagadi District. Under Road 4 of West Nile, Central North, and North Service Territory for Ora area in Zombo, Guru Alinga South in Yumbe, Dokoro District, and Lila East in Lila District. West, South, and Southwestern Service Territory for Shema, Ruhinda in Mitoma, Isinjiro, Rubanda, Ibanda, and Soro districts. Western, Central, and Gwenzori Service Territory for Songora North in Kasese, Fort Poto Central in Kabarole, Chankwanzi, and Bunyangabo districts. Central Service Territory for Bale in Kayunga, Mukono South in Mukono, Butambara, Bukoto East in Masaka, and Chiboga districts. In addition, Madam Chair, these funds are required to commence works of enhancing the SME framework priority interventions for small factories and cottage industries across the country. The SME's framework intervention is aimed at reducing the turnaround time for electricity connection to SMEs.
Board members, can you please listen so that you'll be able to debate? Isu.
We have the subvention under Ministry of Energy called Atomic Council for Council Expenses and Administrative Expenses. This was reduced by 10 billion, and these funds are required to meet staff and operational costs, including salaries, gratuity, rent for office premises, utilities such as water, electricity, security, and cleaning services. We have another subvention called distribution, distribution and land management, land acquisition. This was reduced by 10 billion, and the justification for reinstatement is that the energy transmission and distribution is a top priority of government, and these are funds to undertake projects aimed at transmitting energy from Karuma
and substations. These funds are also required for compensation of project-affected persons for a number of projects, as well as to undertake critical feasibility studies aimed at increasing electricity transmission and distribution. The major projects include the 345 kilometers of Karuma-Tororo 400 kV transmission line and Ntinda substation for Namanve, residual compensation works for Karuma and Simba HPPs, Itanda and Karagara special conservation areas, and other projects for feasibility studies in generation, transmission, nuclear, and minerals. Under Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, vote 112 on a sub-program called Ethics and Integrity, General Administration and Support, 5 billion was taken away, and our justification for returning it back is that the funds were allocated to strengthen the adjudication of Leadership Code Act. In addition, the funds are needed to publish the National Anti-Corruption Survey report on the perception and prevalence of corruption. The report affects the country's credit rating score internationally, which is a benchmark for our multilateral partners. Vote 130, Treasury operations. Under commitment fees, 25 billion was taken away, and our justification to return it or reinstate it is that these are contractual obligations for the loans we have acquired for the implementation of key projects where we have not fully absorbed the funds. Therefore, the projections for the financial year 2024-25 are based on existing loan stock plus agreements that will be entered in the financial year 2024-2025. Under Code 242003, an item called others, 300 billion was taken away, and these are funds for government obligations under the share subscription agreement in servicing local bills of exchange and payment of EFT bank charges to Bank of Uganda, among others. Under item 242002, interest on treasury bonds, an amount of 100 billion was taken away, and our justification for reinstatement is that we have increased government borrowing to cater for the priorities in the core agenda, and increase in domestic debt refinancing led to the increase in the interest on treasury bond issuances. In financial year 2024-25 budget, interest costs increased due to the increase in debt refinancing from Uganda shillings 8.36 trillion in financial year 2023-24 to Uganda shillings 12.02 trillion in financial year 2024-25, and an increase in net domestic borrowing from Uganda shillings 6.67 trillion in financial year 2023-24 to Uganda shillings 8.97 trillion in financial year 2024-2025. Under item of contingency transfers, an amount of 22.74 billion was taken away, and Madam Speaker, our justification for reinstatement is that Section 26 of the PFMA Act 2015, as amended, requires the contingencies fund to be allocated an amount equivalent to 0.5% of the appropriated annual budget for government of the previous financial year. As such, Uganda shillings 169 billion was provided for the financial year 2024-2025.
reducing the provision by Uganda shillings 22.74 billion implies a breach of the above PFMA requirement. Under vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment, on a project called Integrated Water Resources, 4 billion was reallocated, and our justification to return it back is that Government of Uganda counterpart funding. This is Government of Uganda counterpart funding for World Bank financing of various urban water supply and sanitation systems in the towns of Busia, Mbale, and surrounding towns, Butareja, Busorwe, Budaka, Kadama, Tirinyi, Chibuku, Namungarwe, Kaliro, Namasale, Koboko, Rukunjiri, Chejegwa, Mpala, Ruyonza, Kumi, among others. On a project called Support to Rural Water Supply and Sanitation, 10 billion was taken away, and the justification to return it back is that this is funding for the government interventions to increase access to safe and clean water through a source per village in rural areas. The specific interventions include the construction and rehabilitation of point water sources in the communities, expansion of dilapidated piped water supply systems, motorizing and upgrading of high-yield boreholes and solar-powered systems to expand and improve service coverage in various districts of Yumbe, Chankwanzi, Kakumiro, Mubende, Mitiana, Isinjiro, Bulisa, Kasese, Amudat, Agago, Kabong, among others. Under a project called Building Resilient Communities, Wetlands Ecosystems, and Associated Catchments in Uganda, an amount of 2 billion was reallocated. Our justification to return it back is that the funds are to facilitate ongoing interventions for the restoration of degraded ecosystems, including wetlands, riverbanks, and hillsides in the areas of Chigezi, Choga, Arubatine, and central Uganda, including the promotion of alternative livelihoods to the communities. Under Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, on a project called Improving Access to Use of Agricultural Equipment and Mechanization through the use of labor-saving technologies, 9 billion was taken away, and the justification for reinstatement is that all the funds on earth-moving equipment of Uganda shillings 23 billion in financial year 2023-24 were spent. The reason why they were taking away this, why we are saying this was spent, the reason for taking it away was under absorption.
Procedure.
The annual requirement for funding this key intervention is shillings 40 billion, and this will create a shortfall.
Procedure.
The funds are for procurement of heavy earth-moving equipment, tractors, and matching implements to support agro-processing and value addition. On a sub-program called Animal Resources, Entomology, 5 billion was reallocated, and this reduction leaves only 2 billion to this intervention, which is not sufficient. The funds are meant for the procurement of acaricides and operations of subvention for the control of trypanosomiasis and sleeping sickness. The budget cut will significantly affect the control of the sassafras, which will affect animal productivity and tourism, especially in the areas of Lake Mburo, Queen Elizabeth, since reduction activities are taking place in parks. Under a project called Development of Market-Oriented and Environmentally Sustainable Beef Industry, 10 billion was taken away, and the cut leaves no funds to this intervention, and failure to control animal diseases will affect the export volumes due to reduced production and quality. Under Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, on a project called System, under recurrent, 5 billion was taken away, and these are funds for development, upgrade, and maintenance of government systems, including business registration, record systems, etc. Under Ministry of Local Government, under workshops and seminars, 4 billion was taken away, and this resource is funding for PDM monitoring and sensitization activities. Monitoring of PDM activities will not be fully undertaken if this resource is not restated. Under advertising and publications, 4 billion was removed. Under consultancy services, 3 billion, and 3 billion and 6 billion. As part, our justification for reinstatement is that as part of fiscal consolidation strategy, government is undertaking deliberate efforts to enhance domestic revenue mobilization, domestic revenue collection, both at central and local government levels. Part of the strategy is to improve revenue administration and specifically automation of collection and reconciliation processes in local governments to reduce leakages and enable real-time monitoring. This is funding for contractual obligations under local revenue collection systems. The planned rollout to 32 additional sites across the country will not be undertaken without this resource. Additionally, there is a possibility of litigation against government if this resource is not provided. Vote 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, under subvention called UDC, 20 billion was taken away, and our justification for reinstatement is that UDC is a government's key intervention agency for industrialization. The requirement for capitalization is Uganda shillings 407.33 billion for financial year 2024-2025, and is for investment in projects including National Marketing Company, Cassava Processing Factory, and Sangavet Chemical, among others. Under Vote 118, Uganda Road Fund, under transfer to other government units, 40 billion was reallocated, and our justification for reinstatement is that government is faced with funding requirements of Uganda shillings 900 billion to address the road maintenance backlog. This cut will affect district and urban roads, including KCCA, therefore worsening existing road conditions. It will also affect the following interventions. 1, settlement of road maintenance debts carried forward from financial year 2023-24, reduction in much needed periodic maintenance of the paved national road network, and 3, cut back in the maintenance of bridges and culvert installations across the various rivers, streams, and swamps. Under Vote 104, Parliamentary Commission, transfer from development to recurrent, 8.93 billion. And Madam Speaker, our justification is that this is agreeable to Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, as the allocation was within the vote. In other words, it had no effect. Under Vote 143, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, under the item of travel inland, 10 billion was reallocated, and our justification for reinstatement is that these are funds for UBOS's key fieldwork activities, specifically for one, post-census activities. After the census, the Bureau will update the population numbers up to the smallest administration unit, e.g. village. It must also undertake the post-enumeration survey, which is an international requirement to validate the coverage and accuracy of the census results. 2, production of labor market statistics as high frequency
Honorable
indicators
members,
produce.
note down a vote that you want to ask. You want a clarification, and then you will get a clarification vote by vote.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, under UBOS, I am reading number 2, production of labor market statistics as high frequency indicators produced on quarterly basis. This intervention was a response to the demand by government and in line with the NDP 3 target for UBOS to update the national employment indicators on a quarterly basis so as to advise policy action and employment and underemployment levels across the sector. The cut will therefore affect UBOS's capacity to undertake labor market surveys and production of required statistics. Under vote 05, Guru Regional Referral Hospital, under a line item called pension and gratuity, 1 billion was reallocated, and our justification for reinstatement is that the vote had excess or unutilized pension worth 1 billion in financial year 2023-24. The vote therefore requested that these excess funds be reallocated to wage. This co-legenda request was approved in that regard and have pension funds reduced. Madam Speaker, in total, all these figures I have read, both recurrent and development, totals to 750.47 billion, which we seek this committee of the whole House to consider for reinstatement of where it was budgeted for originally.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I want members, when you stand up, tell me a vote and just a clarification that you need. A specific vote that you need. Susan? Honorable members, let's.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, my observation is not going to be on the votes. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister has given us where the money was cut from. Yes. But he has not come out to show where the committee reallocated that money. So it leaves room for us to think that as members of parliament, we are representatives of the people. We are only reviewing what they have presented to us. So to remove that money from where we have put as parliament, it means that we are useless actually. The budget should have not been brought. It should have been brought here for reading, and we shouldn't have put any input as parliament. So it is very disturbing. Right Honorable Speaker, I think when the budget is brought here, it is sent to the committees for scrutiny. And it calls for our input as members of parliament. Information. Because we represent the people. But now if they are going to refuse what we have put as our input, why doesn't cabinet then read the budget without taking us information? It is because we put a lot of effort and energy in this. I take the information from the other side. But meantime, Madam Speaker, the corrigenda came in the morning. We did not look at it. Whatever the minister is presenting here, there are very many new things like meat and what and so on. We did not have an opportunity as parliament to look at it. So it brings a problem of suspicion that they are smuggling in things, and we need this to be rectified here.
Honorable members, the budgeting process is a consultative process. And can I hear from you? Wait, we want to know where is the money coming from? Where it is going?
Chair, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, our understanding was that since
Honorable members, I hope you all have the budget report. And in that budget report, it is there, you have it. It is in the, I want you to check table A and table B of the budget. Table A has where the money was removed, and table B has where the money went. Where there is a debit, there must be a corresponding credit.
Madam Chair, with that guidance, I have nothing useful to add.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
you're going to
the minister has presented a list that was affected with the reallocation. Debating this with the letter of the president, and you need to go back to that letter. The letter is that you are tampering with priorities as parliament. And he listed, giving examples of roads. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a lot, but it will be fair to give the budget committee chair an opportunity. For example, the way the minister was reading here, many of my colleagues may not have picked. We have 300 billion that they are instating to ROCO, which is a private company. Private company. Remember, this parliament gave ROCO 270 billion. This is a private company. When you look at the priorities, Madam Speaker, I may not have, because we wrote a minority report, and I hope you'll give us time to make some reference to it. But the budget committee needs to refresh the mind, and this needs to go on record. Everybody must hear. The priority of the president is that you move money from ambulances. For me, I don't care which constituencies are benefiting. Mine is not, but I don't care. But the president is moving money from ambulances, money from regional referral hospital, create 300 billion shilling for ROCO, a private company. In his earlier submission on ROCO, he said the justification is that ROCO was helping them when they were fighting in Ruwero. So this is the priority of the president. So I am requesting.
Information. There is information share. Honorable members.
I am requesting, Madam Speaker. Before I make my formal,
honorable members.
My formal submission as the shadow minister.
Honorable members, I have not seen any justification written by the president on the Luero issues.
Information share.
That is just from
I am just lending Parliament my memory.
It is hearsay.
Information.
Madam Speaker, you had given me the opportunity. I want to cede this opportunity to the chair to tell us where they had taken the money
and what the president classifies as priorities. Then we can begin the debate from there.
Yes. Information, share budget, come.
Additional information. Question. Procedure.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Chair,
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Yes. First of, I hope you have your schedule A and B.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the sources, as indicated by the minister, he has given the justification, which personally I have no problem with.
Honorable Boalu, you're giving the chair 1 hour. When did you become a speaker?
Honorable colleagues, the first item, as I was explaining, that the submissions of the critical unfunded priorities, which of course the committee, which we are all aware is constituted of about 66 members, full members, and all chairs and vice chairpersons of the sector committees, they all form a budget committee. So we know that, but as a reminder, the first vote, we picked a priority, was vote number 1, Office of the President. 5 billion for maintenance of National Leadership Institute, Chankwanzi. Next was operational funds, 3.5 to facilitate project monitoring team of intelligence transport monitoring system under the vote 001. Vote 003, it was Office of Prime Minister. I'm going through all of them so that it gives us Minister of Karamoja Affairs, 80 billion. For iron sheets, maize seed, ox plows, oxygen, oxen. Sorry, I beg you. Oxen. Minister Fluero Triangle, 2 billion. Support families for income generation projects. SDG monitoring, 3 billion for AIDS, SDG. Ministry of Defense, Veterinary Affairs, 50 billion, areas to National Housing and Construction Corporation. Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, 450 million for house rent for principal judge and chief justice. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, subvention.
It was Deputy Chief Justice, not Chief Justice. Principal Judge and Deputy Chief Justice.
Okay. Sorry. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, 3 billion as a salvation for Enterprise Uganda.
Thank you, Chair. There is a confusion. Can I be protected?
Allow Aisha to.
I have been given way. There is confusion among us here. Some think that's where money went. Some think that's where money was cut from. Can you clarify? Is that where you cut money to reallocate elsewhere, or that's where you put money? That's the clarification we seek.
Honorable colleagues, what the minister was reading is where we cut money from. And that's what the minister had prayed we return it there. That's what the minister was submitting. I think it's self-explanatory, colleagues. I repeat, what the minister was submitting is where in our report and allocation is where money was cut from. What I'm now reading is where we put the money, is where we reinforced. That's what I'm now reading.
Clarification on those two documents.
You see,
Honorable Chair.
you see, colleagues.
Honorable members, where money was put in the budget.
Yeah, but
And
you see,
now, from budget, it came to the House, it was approved, and that's where now it is being removed from. Not so.
yeah, but you see, Madam's Chair, what the Honorable Aisha Kavana is asking, and Chair needs to clarify this. Before these reallocations are done, they first identify where money is, make a total, whether it is 1 trillion, whether it is 2 trillion, and then begin reallocating. So you may not, it's not automatic that money moved from coffee automatically goes to a road. You first make a total and then you.
And then Honorable Chair, also another clarification that you should make. Your report and the bill that has been returned are not the same, which is a concern that was raised by a honorable member. When you look at your report, the recurrent budget, that is Annex A, vote 001, Office of the President, it is allocating 259 billion. However, in the appropriation bill that was returned, it is 225. These two figures are not the same, and the same mistake is consistent with all these votes, where some are low, others are high. For example, vote 143, which is Uganda Bureau of Statistics, it got an adjustment of 10 billion, as you rightly stated, and as the minister rightly stated. And according to the report, it was to receive 134 billion, according to what we passed. But what is in the appropriation bill is not 134 billion to UBOS. Instead, it is 144 billion. So there is a difference between these two instruments that you need to clarify.
There's an order.
Chair, I want to ask the honorable member to look at the recurrent and development. What is talking about now, when you add the figures, it brings out to the total.
I'm showing the inconsistency in the recurrent and recurrent. The recurrent in the appropriation bill, is not matching the recurrent in the report of the budget committee. So it's the clarification that we need.
You know, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Chair, with me there are two documents. The report of the budget committee.
This is the last time
and
you're speaking. This is the last time you're speaking. How do you grab a microphone? There are so many people who want to speak.
I thought I was
No. Atkins. Atkins.
Thank you.
Atkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In our rules, and rules 86, when you're in that chair, right honorable chair, everybody in this house is supposed to listen to you in silence.
Honorable members, listen to the member.
I'm saying,
if you're not understanding the English, Amero, you translate from that side.
Rules 86. commands everybody in this house that the chair, while in their seat, is supposed to be listened to in silence. And I'm asking all colleagues in this house, please, to pay attention to that rule. Now, having said that, Right Honorable Speaker, no one in this house has the power and authority to challenge your ruling. You have already ruled and given permission to our honorable colleague. At this point in time, I'm trying to ask everybody to please allow the honorable chair proceed. And then when he's done with his submission, then we'll be in a position to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. I proceed. Colleagues, okay, Minister of Agriculture. Minister of Agriculture was added 50 billion shillings for procurement of four-wheel tractors, planters, harrow, trailers. The House must note that the Minister of Agriculture's budget had been reduced from mechanization from 145 billion to 80 billion. So we thought we should give additional 50 billion for the procurement of tractors. Minister of Local Government. Minister of Local Government, there was an allocation of 80 billion, an allocation of 8 billion for construction of 140 sub-county offices. And the colleagues, the idea was it needed about 16 billion as presented by the committee, but we thought maybe they can do it over 2 financial years. Construct them up to halfway and complete next financial year. Ministry of Education and Sports, grant aiding primary schools 2.5 billion, 38 primary schools as per the annex submitted by Education Committee. We have it in the annex in the report. The list, when you go to the report, it's there in the list. Honorable Chair, in case you have the report, grant aiding secondary schools, 16.5 billion, 66 secondary schools as per the annex that was attached. All over the country. If you went to the report, there was an annex. There is an annex in the report. I don't have it here. The next one was for secondary school.
Honorable members, the annex was in the report. And remember, this is a report of the committee, of the previous committee.
was
It was
uploaded.
approved. It was uploaded.
It was uploaded on the iPad.
Can you finish?
City schools, 10 billion to construct 13 city schools, and you give.
You cannot seek clarification on what the House already adopted. They're in your village.
They are in your iPad. Okay. There is subvention 900 million to cater for salaries and other employee costs for Uganda Allied Health Examinations Board. Uganda Nurses Midwives Examinations Board, 2 billion for monitoring nurses and midwives. Ministry of Health. We realized that a number of constituencies didn't have ambulances. Others had been given ambulances. So there was a need for 154 ambulances. The committee, due to smaller resources, said let's buy half, 77 ambulances, and had allocated 27 billion to procure ambulances through Ministry of Health. Again, the ambulances, colleagues, much as they are allocated to constituencies, there is a challenge of fuel and maintenance costs. And the ministry indicated that they needed money to operate a system, a card system, where each ambulance is allocated funds monthly, direct to operate the ambulance. So we had allocated 17 billion for fuel and maintenance of ambulances. Uganda Red Cross was allocated 2 billion. Honorable colleagues, they were informed that there are a number of health centers government started to construct, and they are not yet complete and operationalized. So the committee thought that for this coming financial year, let those health centers be completed and operationalized. And we had allocated 26 billion for that, which is supposed, of course, you know who is supposed to construct them. The construction is done by the brigade, UPDF brigade. Ministry of Works and Transport. Ministry of Works and Transport post account had been increased, allocated 15 billion additional, only 15 years, for Duka roads. We had also, colleagues, you realize that government now underworks the road safety, licensing, and revenue collection from licensing vehicles is under Ministry of Works, which will collect the revenue, a transfer from ERA. So we allocated 2 billion for licensing, sensitization, and registration of vehicles, 15 billion to have a one-stop center to offer general services like driving license and registration of vehicles. 2 billion for these people to recruit to staff. You see, they took over work from a private company, which they are now doing. So they must have staff to do the work. Colleagues, also 2 billion had been allocated. 2 billion had been allocated for Ministry of Works to give services at the ports of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam, so that they deploy staff there for registration of vehicles. And 3 billion for operationalization of inspection services, which were placed under SGS. National Building Review Board, 10 billion. Low-cost seal, 20 billion. Bridges, 3 billion. Community roads improvement, what they call interconnectivity, 33 billion. And then Mount Elgon level-based infrastructure development, 5 billion. Ministry of Gender. National Women's Council was added 3 billion. Support to youth, construction equipment for youth, 1.2. Rehabilitation of ministry institutions, child rehabilitation centers, 2 billion. At a Kere Cultural Gala, which is going to take place in Ikide for 2024 Gala, 400 million. Jama Fest 2024 in South Sudan, 400 million. Funding to support Grow project, 500 million. Withdraw, rehabilitate, and settle street children was added 500 million. Special enterprise grant for older persons, 2 billion. Juakali Enterprises, 5 billion. Kireka Rehabilitation Center, the refurbishment, 460 million. Yeah. Minister of Water and Environment. The support to rural water projects, source per village. Source per village was added 14.5 billion. Strategic towns, water supply and sanitation, 3 billion. Investing in forest and protected areas for climate smart development project 1613, additional 2 billion. Service coverage, accelerated project, SCAP umbrella project, 15 billion. Project 1524, water and sanitation development facility east, 6 billion. Subversion to National Water and Sewerage Corporation, 1 billion. Minister of Tourism. Minister of Tourism, subvention to Wildlife Authority, 900 million to construct 15 kilometers electric fence. Subvention Uganda Wildlife Authority, 9 billion for compensation for damages due to human-wildlife conflicts and park accidents. Subvention to Uganda Wildlife Research Training Institute to construct a girls' hostel, 4 billion. IGG was added 6.6. 1.7 digitalization, 4.8 for recruitment of staff, and 1 billion for staff training. Parliamentary Commission, the 8.9 are reallocated from capital to recurrent to cater for medical insurance for MPs, 8.97. Uganda National Roads Authority, UNRA. Feasibility studies for Chabakuza, 1 billion. Feasibility studies Singiro, Ekitia, 1 billion. Kampala City Authority, 10 billion for mechanized drainage and distilling of channels. Ministry of Kampala City Council, City Authority, beg your pardon, and Metropolitan Affairs, 5 billion as counter funding for restoration affected properties. Equal Opportunities Commission, 1 billion. National Information Technology Authority, 20 billion to offset domestic areas owed to Solito del Marca for management and commercialization of NBI. Uganda National Examinations Board, 6.5 for assessing the new lower secondary school curriculum and the continuous assessment. You are aware that the curriculum was changed, but no additional funding for them to. Sorry, I wanted to, another money was given to UNEB for conducting transitional examinations. You are aware that there are those who are going to repeat. They have to give another exam, but no funds are allocated. 6.5, securing accommodation for the markers. To conduct field activities of examinations 8.5, and retrain examiners. Colleagues, get to know that UNEB, according to what we got from the sector, after change of the curriculum, the teachers were not retooled properly. And now UNEB had to take up that task. And they are moving around trying to train teachers so that they prepare the students, the candidates, to meet the task of a coming exam. Financial Intelligence Authority was allocated 4 billion. Office of Auditor General to recruit staff 3 billion. Operational fund shortfall, their money was cut by 30 billion. And that would make the work of Auditor General very difficult. And perception survey, Auditor General is supposed to perform a role of independent administrator for EITI and to audit missions abroad 1.7. DPP, recurrent budget to cover wage, to recruit staff, the attorneys to support the justice system. Witness preparation and protection, 3 billion. Procurement of motor vehicles, 2 billion. Uganda Police Force, CID. You recall, colleagues, on this floor, there was a resolution made here to support the CID. And such, there was even a resolution here, they must have their own vote. And I want to confirm to you, I visited the CID recently on witness summons. I would like to confirm, colleagues, there is some high degree of professionalism now in the CID's office. $80 billion to CID. Uganda Prison Service, 4 billion for extension of Kitwe Prison Facility in Gomba. Public Service Commission, 130 million to assist to procure some devices for PWDs. Yes, just a device of PWDs. PPDA, 3 billion to expand scope of the procurement audits from 40% to at least 60%. As of today, the funds available, they manage to do only 40% procurement audit. So if this money is added, they can rise at least to 60%. Uganda National Bureau of Standards, field activities for certification, testing, standard development, verification of equipment, and enforcement of standards, 4 billion. Wage shortfall for Uganda Bureau of Standards, 2 billion. ISO, to facilitate internal intelligence collection, 20 billion. ESO, 7 billion. ESO again to construct the ESO headquarters, because it's believed where they are located is not secure enough. So to construct 31 billion. National Council of Sports, 10 billion to support associations, and the 2.5 billion to support the design and redevelopment of Uganda Golf Club at Kitante. Makerere University, Gender Equality Program Project, 1.2 billion. Uganda Tourism Board was given 1.8 billion. National Citizenship and Immigration Control, 10 billion shillings for border posts and technology and so on. National Animal Generic Resource Center, NAGRIC, additional 10 billion. This one I only want to clear, to kickstart a demonstration farm in Bukedia district. That one, yes. I come from there also. That is my district, honorable colleagues. Mbale, vote 410, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital. Mbale Regional Referral Hospital has been struggling to construct a surgical complex for about 5 years. It's not going far. And they need 5 billion to complete it. And that was allocated. Mbale region covers a big area up to Palace, up to Bukede, up to Uganda Business and Technical Exam, UBUTEB, 4 billion. Uganda Microfinance Regulation Authority, 3 billion. Uganda Export Promotions Board, in order to participate in Expo 2025 Osaka, 4 billion. Kisoro District. Kisoro District was allocated 2 billion for construction of Kanyamateke Bridge. 1.3 billion for Kanyamateke Bridge. And rehabilitation of Buhozi Health Center 350 million. And Nyarusizi Health Center 350 million. Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital, ever since that hospital was upgraded from a district hospital to a regional referral hospital, the budget stayed constant. So we had allocated additional 3 billion to Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital. Uganda Consulate in Kenya, Mombasa. They are supposed to hosting of Uganda Kenya Coast Tourism Conference Center in Kampala, November 2024. We had allocated 1 billion. Mbarara City, vote 609 in Mbarara City, had been allocated for construction of Katete Bridge in Mbarara City. That is going to connect Singiro and others, 5.2 billion. St. Helena Primary School refurbishment, 100 million. Kakoba Muslim Primary School, 100 million. Kayaga Primary School, 100. Nyamitanga Secondary School, 100 million. And Nyamitiobora Health Center 2, 400 million. Chema Municipal Council. Chema Municipal Council.
Honorable Sechi.
Colleagues, I'm about to complete. I'm left with very few.
Honorable Sechi. Leave my mpaka.
Chema Municipal Council. 1.6 billion was added for completion of rehabilitation of Kabohe Health Center 4. That one was 600 million. And market development infrastructure of 400 million. And SMC headquarters, 600 million. Buhweju District. Completion of St. Anthony Kakade Seed School, 500 million. Bulambuli District. Bulambuli District for construction of climbing ladders for school-going children. Colleagues, you have seen on WhatsApp, the children in Bulambuli, a place called Soti, have to access school through ladders to reach the higher level, but they have been using Kalitusi to make ladders. So we are informed if we don't reinforce and they put the proper ladders, one day children, the ladder will break and the children will die. So 1.5 billion. Then to improve Buluganya Health Center 4, 1.5 billion. Bulago SCS 300 million. St. Peter Clever Muyembe 700 million. Bushenyi District for construction of playground at Bumbaire sub-county to be utilized for various school activities, for talent-side education and growth of child, 450 million. Luego, this is 1.1 billion. for Health Center 3 maternity ward completion at Busibo and Kaboyo Primary School 200 million, Katuro, Rebogo, Health Center 3, Chazanga Town Council Market, Mitoma District. Mitoma District 6.2 billion for completion of an ongoing project by UPDF at Roburunga Seed School, 600 million. Bitereko Skills Development Center, 1.6 billion. Kigende Health Center 3, 1.5 billion. Bitereko Health Center 4, 600 million. Kigende Seed School, 600 million. And Rutoche Health Center 4, 1.6. Mubende District. Mubende District Rehabilitation of a School, Kasambia Das, 500 million. Nabila Tuku District. Nabila Tuku. St. Kizito SS Roofing and Fencing, 480 million. Construction of classroom block at Lokapele Junction Primary School, 400 million. Maternity ward at Sakare Health Center 2, 300 million. Colleagues, that is the amount. That's where we allocated those funds. Those funds
Honorable members,
were picked from there.
honorable members, can we listen? Honorable Honorable Semuji, you gave out your power to the chair. I want to ask the chair. Honorable members, can we first have, let's sit. Honorable Chair, now that you have told us where the money is coming from, where it is supposed to be, where it was proposed to be.
Yes.
What is your opinion on reallocation?
Okay.
On the president's letter for and request for national interest.
I thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable members, listen.
Colleagues, allow me to say, we did all of this for the good of the country and in good faith. We did it in good faith. Now that the bill has been returned with a lot of language, whereby if you listened to the speech, a presentation by PSST recently, he made it clear that Parliament tampered with the budget, and that tampering is going to affect service delivery. That tampering is going to lead to supplementary budgets. And sincerely, in the interest of our country, none of us is happy to see figures. You start then a supplementary budget and so on. So, with that commitment given, and the HE giving that there are priorities, of course, which priorities the government is interested in. And also given that they commit to stick to the budget.
Listen.
I therefore concede to the reallocations.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Information, Madam Chair. Information, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Information, Madam Chair. Information.
Honorable members, can he conclude? Let him conclude.
Speaker, members, if you can.
Honorable members. Honorable members, sit. Honorable members, sit.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much. Members, if you can give me
Honorable members,
you see, the reason I wanted the parliament to listen to the chairperson.
honorable members, can you first listen to the shadow finance? And first of all, I am also happy that the statement that has been given clears people that they have not stolen the money. That clears everybody that the money has not been stolen. It was allocated to different areas. And that's why the president is saying, in the interest of national priorities and equity. But that actually has helped us a lot. What Honorable Poloto was reading, it does not show that the money was allocated and eaten by members of parliament here. It shows it was allocated to different areas. Only that now we are looking at national interest.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much. I am happy.
You're all standing to speak.
I am happy that
So you all want to speak when he's speaking? I am going to ask my clerk to give all of you the rules, because it seems the ones we gave you first have gotten lost.
Madam Speaker, I am very happy. I am very happy that the chair, you see, the trouble in this parliament, we may want to speak, but we need the information. That's why I considered. I had been asked to speak. It's not that I don't have something to say, but I thought we would benefit from the chair of the committee explaining where the money went. Now that that has been done, you know, we did a minority. We disagreed with the chairman, but I don't want to participate in lynching him for no crime committed. Madam Speaker, if you go to the law on Public Finance Management Act, specifically Section 13, it outlines the number of documents that are supposed to accompany the budget. Unfortunately, we may not have paid attention to all of them. For example, if you allow me, Madam Chair, the 750 billion, 300 billion, and let the ministers come here and deny that you are removing from the items that the chair has read. That money is going to local construction company. It is entirely.
The information I want to give, Madam Chair, Rocco, 19. Madam Chair, I'm giving simple information to the member that I'm in support of what he's saying. Rocco came here after the Pope had visited Uganda in 1969 to construct that church at Namugongo. Ever since that time, by the Catholic Church, by the way, she has been doing business by itself. So the moment you look at the challenges of our hospitals and our schools, there's no way you can bail out Rocco, which has been here since 1969, with the assets at Kawempe doing business, and you use the government my funds from Kalungu West constituency to bail it out. So even the Catholic Church, after doing its work, if it failed, it did its work and fact as official on our side.
Madam Chair, I will be done in 3 minutes.
There is information here.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, on 21st July 2022, this August House passed a resolution for government to take out shares in Rocco. And therefore,
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker. The resolution.
Why don't you listen?
Why
don't you listen?
The resolution, I am just providing information that the Parliament on 21st July, 2022, passed a resolution to take out shares in ROCO.
What have we
Now,
benefited from ROCO?
If the decision,
What has Uganda benefited from ROCO?
no, me have just provided.
What has Uganda benefited from ROCO? What has Uganda benefited from ROCO?
Yana.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am just reminding us that as we make these decisions, we made the decision earlier and this is now an obligation.
No, Madam Speaker. I want to inform that to the general, we should not have these things of robbing and, castigating Parliament. We took shares indeed. What we took preferential shares. What are those shares? Can you define those shares, whether they mean anything to Ugandans?
But who approved it?
And the Speaker then says, Madam Speaker, the concern of local is a business of individuals in the executive.
And the Speaker then passed it alone without Parliament.
So, when they are conducting Parliament, we should. No. You have been denied to a chance to speak.
Okay, you can follow it.
It's on record that the Speaker passed it alone without Parliament.
You sit.
Right Honorable Chair.
I am saying anybody will start talking when the house is quiet. Let's first sit. Can I say something? Can I have silence?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Alumo, come back this side.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Budget is a document that reflects the priorities of government as headed by the president. In 2006,
Yona,
government of Uganda, together with Parliament, all of us were
Honorable, just a minute. Yona, it is just out of respect that when an elder is speaking, that you respect. Yona, do you want me to speak of businesses that you're also doing?
Thank you so much. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, we are here for a reason. We are here.
Silence.
Honorable members, like I said earlier, the budget is a document that reflects the priorities.
I'll chase you out. You, Mariam, yeah.
The priorities of government as headed by the head of state. In 2006, 2005, 2006, Parliament of Uganda decided to increase the budget to work on roads and also provide electricity. that did not mean that we did not want to work on health centers. That did not mean that we did not want to work on water. We decided to work on roads and 14 trillion. Honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues.
Honorable.
I've been keeping it quiet when other members are talking. Give me an opportunity to
Honorable members, listen to the Prime Minister.
Yes. Honorable members, sometimes we need to consolidate our efforts so that we can work on the common good. If we had not consolidated our budgets then, the roads we are now talking about would not have been worked on. Let me give an example. The budget committee, they allocated the money, was 80 billion to purchase iron sheets in my office for Karamoja. We are saying now, Karamoja, we need to, one, work on water for production so that those people can produce their own food.
Clarification. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, let the Prime
We want
Minister
to
finish.
dig dams
Thank you, Speaker.
so that those people can, and that is in the budget.
Okay.
Colleagues. Colleagues.
Order, Madam Speaker.
I want you
Madam Speaker, in the 9th Parliament, we were here with the Right Honorable Prime Minister. She had issues that were disturbing the people of Kakumiro. She was busy jumping outside, speaking English that I did not understand very well. Now that she has become a Prime Minister, she has forgotten the people of Kakumiro, and now she's beginning to defend foreigners who are investing here. Is she in order to forget where she comes from? Is she in order?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, continue.
Honorable members, everybody is aware that I have been there for the common person. And this is on record. So you are not in order.
Honorable members.
Honorable members. Honorable colleagues. I want to appreciate the applause I've got from members. I am a Prime Minister of the whole country, not Kakumiro. I have to give support to all districts, irrespective of where people come from. And so, colleagues, I wanted you, Right Honorable Speaker, to allow the Attorney General to come here and articulate Article 93 of our Constitution. What does it say?
Okay.
So, colleagues, we must move in unison.
Information.
If you have issues that you want to take to your constituents, why don't we really harmonize? Harmonize.
Honorable members.
Thank you so much.
Honorable members. Honorable Dur. Honorable Dur.
Procedure.
Honorable Dur. Odur. Honorable Dur.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Honorable members, can we have some silence?
Roko, hapana.
Can we have some silence?
So, Madam Chair.
Wait. Can we have some silence? Can we have silence? Or Honorable Dur?
Madam Chair, we are still in the committee of the whole house, meaning that at the end of this process, we have to report back to Parliament.
Yes.
The items we are considering were read by the minister to us. What we should now be doing is to look at vote 008 and talk about the 10 billion and take a decision on that, and then move to the next items. If at the end, yes, debate it. And
Honorable members.
We've not started work. We are debating.
Honorable members, first wait. Why don't we have respect for members? Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, listen. Since we are not ready to listen to each other, can you listen? Can you sit down? We are not ready to listen to each other. Now we are going to put a question on reconsideration. Honorable members, I put a question that appropriation bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President in accordance to Article 91(3)(c) of the Constitution be reconsidered by this House. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House resumes there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the motion for reconsideration of the Appropriations Bill 2024 and passed it.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg
Honorable Minister, I want you to know you came to this parliament alone. Nobody brought you.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Twenty 2025, the supply culminated in two appropriation bill 2024. However, as earlier on, as I said, this was returned by the president and communicated to this House. Therefore, pursuant to Rule 151 of the Rules of Procedure, the House will resupply the harmonized budgetary provisions, taking into consideration His Excellency's request. Pursuant to Rule 1512 of the Rules of Procedure, I will now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Yes.
Madam Speaker, on 28th March 2024.
Honorable members, can you listen?
On 28th March 2024, the minister responsible for finance, planning and economic development tabled before Parliament the Appropriations Bill 2024. The Appropriations Bill 2024 sought to provide for authorization of expenditure from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure for financial year ending 30th June 2025. On 16th May 2024, the House considered the Appropriations Bill 2024, authorizing the Treasury to issue out of the Consolidated Fund and apply toward the supply granted to the government for the service of the year ending 30th June 2025, the sum of Uganda shillings 34 trillion 756 billion 338 million 622,000 only, and passed it. Consequently, the appropriations bill was forwarded to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with Article 91(2) of the Constitution. His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 91(3)(c) of the Constitution, refused to assent to the bill and returned the bill to Parliament. As you are aware, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament has, as a consequence of the return of the appropriations bill by His Excellency the President, reconsidered the annual budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25 and approved the new estimates of Uganda shillings 72 trillion 136 billion 540 million 253,000, with the recurrent and development expenditure totaling to the sum of 34 trillion 318 billion 998 million and 622,000. I therefore move that Parliament, in accordance with Article 91(3)(c) and 6(a) of the Constitution, reconsiders the Appropriations Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President and make amendments to reflect the estimates as appropriated by the Committee of Supply. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Jonah? Yes, Love.
Madam Speaker, I've come to register discontent and displeasure on our side of the political aisle. And even as we talk, as I provide leadership, a number of our members are not with us. I want to say this, Madam Speaker. Before the enactment, please.
Honorable members, listen.
Please extend me courtesy.
Listen.
Extend me courtesy.
This is a gentleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the compliment. Madam Speaker, I want to take us down memory lane. Before enactment of the Budget Act and its successor, the Public Finance Management Act 2015, Parliament, including the 6th Parliament, faced a dilemma where the executive would arm twist Parliament to rubber stamp the approval of appropriation bill. Madam Speaker, you will allow me to read verbatim a statement that was made by the mover of the motion, who sponsored and introduced a private member's bill entitled the Budget Bill. The then member of Uzaya, and I salute him, the Honorable Isaac Musumba, had this to say. When he was moving the motion, Madam Speaker, it was on Wednesday, 17th November, 1999. And this is what he said, very brief. The budgeting process must, by its nature, involve all other consensus between the executive and the legislature. In the present situation, and that was 1999, the budgeting process is basically a preserve of the executive, leaving the legislature as a mere rubber stamp of what the executive presents. Allocation of the national resources is made between alternatives and priorities, as seen and determined by the executive only. But the Constitution imposes a time frame within which the process of budgeting and the appropriation of funds must be completed. Time and again, this House has been forced to hurriedly pass appropriation bills, lest we have a constitutional crisis. Madam Speaker, it is today 25 years down the road, and the executive is taking back Uganda to where it was in the 6th Parliament. The import, Madam Speaker, the import of the Public Finance Management Act was to involve Parliament in the budgeting process beyond mere rubber stamping the executive proposals. Madam Speaker, that's why when it talks of approval, there is another verb, consideration. That's where I salute the chair of the budget committee when he talked of harmonization, consolidation, and the other word, reconciliation. But we are not here merely when they bring a proposal and the proposals are brought like this one, that the House must only be subjected to approval. Far from it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you. And still want to go on record to say that you have conducted and presided over the House in a very prudent way. But I highly doubt whether the process that we are being subjected to will have legitimacy. History may actually harshly pass judgment against us, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chairperson. And I thank Honorable Nambeshe for bringing the House into order, because when he was talking, we gave him time to talk, we listened to him, and this is what it should be. I wanted to say, having listened to all discussions, that what Honorable Nambeshe has just said has taken place, because when the executive brings its proposals of a budget, the process, as was explained by the chairman, I think, of the budget committee, through the sectoral committees, through the budget committee, through parliament, that is where dialogue between executive and legislature takes place, which took place. When here in this House, it took place. But later on, when the bill went to His Excellency, the President, he was not satisfied with parts of the budget. And he communicated to this House through you, Speaker. And he explained the reasons why. I don't have a copy, but he said, no, he said that some allocations were made without the knowledge of the executive. Yes. Therefore, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, I think let us move forward, not backwards. In the future, when the other give me a chance to give my views. In the future, when this debate is going on, and the parliament feels very strongly like all the proposals they had made, which are good, because there are so many things we need in our constituency.
Clarification, Minister.
Let there be dialogue so that there is no need to return the bill. Let us move forward.
Thank you. Honorable members, first of all, I want to thank Honorable JB. Honorable John Baptist, thank you for the leadership. I want to, in a very special way, thank Honorable Jonathan Odur. He has been guiding the process. Whether you want to hear it or not, he has done it. He has done it. I want to assure this house that there is no problem between executive and legislature. We have been involved. And listen to this. Alum, the executive, legislature, and judiciary have been involved in the meetings of the budget plus finance. In the last 2 financial years, we have been having meetings before the budget comes to the floor. And today, when we had a meeting, it was informal fine. We've agreed we should have a meeting with His Excellency and agree on the working methods that before the budget comes to the House, we should be able to scrutinize the budget together with His Excellency so that we make sure that the national priorities are catered for. So we want to do that with executive. But I don't want you to say this budget was made. The corrigenda, for instance, if we are to talk about tobacco, it is us who brought it that is a priority in the House. It is Parliament that brought that is a priority. When you talk about Akibwa, it is Parliament that brought it in the meeting. When you talk about Aroko, we don't know. Hoima Stadium. When you talk about Hoima Stadium, it was the Parliament that raised it up. All those other things that have been coming on the floor every time when members are raising issues. So one thing I also want to assure that, and I want to thank the chairman budget. Chairman budget, at least you removed the perception that the money has been taken by members. You removed that perception. Honorable members, yes?
No, I'm not going to go backwards, but I just want to set the record straight as well. It is true, and I thank the Madam Speaker for the compliments. We have been consulting and guiding. But let the record also show that the last bit of how the matter was handled was not actually what I guided, because that is an indictment. That is an indictment because the guidance, the point I'd made was this house cannot refuse to entertain anything proposed by the executive. That is my position. But whatever is brought by the executive must be processed on a case-by-case basis. And at that time, I'd expected...
Actually, it is members who refused. It was not...
Yes, Madam Speaker. So I just want the record to show that the custodian of the rules is you, Madam Speaker. You can interpret it, and you did that, and the records has captured that. But the last bit and the declaration of the results was not from me.
Honorable members, I gave everybody a chance, and members refused. Yes, Oli Alion. Members, you see it.
Thank you very much.
When Alion talks, you have spoken.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to be on record. First of all, I want to thank the President for having an extra eye that made him identify items that were not properly allocated for in the budget. Number two, yeah, we know. Number two, Madam Speaker, we erred. This house erred.
Order.
Madam Speaker,
Order, Madam.
my time.
Order.
The budget was presented on 16th of May. That was the same day the budget was passed. This house did not have enough time to go through the budget and identify those errors, which now the president went ahead and identified. Therefore, my procedural matter here now is, we have already ruled over and the reallocation has been passed. Are we now procedurally right to continue debating?
Thank you.
Something very small.
Honorable members.
Something very small. Something very small, Madam Speaker. Something very small. Something very small. Madam Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the process that we have gone through. One, you are a member of parliament from Ukedia. All these ones are member of parliament apart from the ex-officials. And we have been...
Who are they?
Yes, we have
They are
ex-officials.
members of parliament.
They are members of parliament, but are not representatives of the people in the constituencies. But Madam Speaker, what I wanted to say on record is the president's letter portrays a bad picture on members of parliament, and it seems it has just gone untalked of. And the vice president is here, who has listened to items where the parliament had put the money. Whether it tantamounts to safety, what the president means, I don't know. Madam Speaker, going forward, one man called King Macbeth said, I don't know the way to success, but the way to failure is when you want to appease everybody. The appeasement that we are seeking for is going to dupe this parliament and bring it down if we cannot stand. Because, Madam Speaker, the health centers we are talking about and dilapidated state, and if the president is free to see the dilapidated schools, the dilapidated health centers, where we had put the money, let it be. I am a member of parliament from NRM side, but I think I have moved forward to make sure we move resources to where we are canvassing votes for the NRM. So continue castigating parliament in the name of safety. It is wrong, and they should withdraw this statement. This letter is castigating parliament that we are thieves, yet we have indicated where we had put money. So, Madam Speaker, I want to applaud you, but I want to request you, in the future, we need to bring the president to appreciate what the members of parliament are doing in good faith. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I hear from Dr. Mona? Dr. Mona, Onzima, Fox.
No.
Honorable members, let's move faster.
Thank you. Actually, look at the.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I pray that you, on either side, I pray that we listen to each other, and I also pray that we lend each other an ear. And also
let's listen.
Lend me your ears, just like I would also wish to lend you mine. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues from either sides of the aisles. Oh, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues from either sides of the aisle. We are here, either elected members of parliament or members of parliament who are not elected, for only one big thing, legislating, speaking for the country. And I will I will beg you, honorable colleagues, honorable Panado, that I beg you that we listen to each other, listen to me. No, I have not talked about that. You've spoken about that yourself, my brother. Right, honorable Speaker. Having heard from Honorable Nambeshe, Honorable Dur, and also yourself, right, Honorable Speaker, I've risen here just to add my voice to those who have said that it's important that we listen to each other. Honorable colleagues, I can assure you, on either side of the aisle, we are all concerned about the return of the bill to Parliament, and there's no disagreement about that. I think the matter here that we need to listen to each other about is about this, is what this came about, why this came about, and find a way forward. And this is what we want to make proposals about. You know, shouting at each other, honorable colleagues, will never help us. Okay, right honorable Speaker. Order. Right honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Madam
There's a motion.
Speaker.
A motion.
In information. Madam Speaker, having listened to the various parties make their case, I want to move that we move to Committee on Supply so that we specifically look at what we can be able to supply based on the president's proposal. There are areas where we may disagree. There are areas where we may buy into his proposal, and this is where I invite members to keenly follow those issues. I beg to move.
Is that second? There is a motion.
For the last 4 hours, no woman has spoken here.
There is a motion. Okay, you second the motion.
Madam Speaker, there are 2 wrongs that must be put right here.
Are you seconding the motion?
One of them, I will second, but let me speak.
Hey.
One of the wrongs, mistake which must not repeat itself. The imagination that this parliament made a mistake by identifying the priorities of the citizens of Uganda. That's very wrong. We have removed that money, which we are saying to give access to drinking water, clean water to Ugandans. And we're saying it's not a priority. That's mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 is the impression that those priorities of citizens are not the priorities of the president. It is a mistake. It is political mistake. I want this house to get it right. If the problem is money, we have a budget of 72 trillion. We are only talking about 0.75 trillion out of a 72 trillion budget. These mistakes, I have agreed we can proceed. We will proceed just because it is normal to proceed for the sake of peace. But these wrongs will haunt us. I second.
What do you second? There is a motion
that we proceed for the sake of harmony and peace. Madam Speaker, I will remind you.
Are you stop pointing at me?
Okay, the problem is the hands. The hands speak louder than the voice. The problem is the hands, and I need your attention, Madam Speaker. I sat here and listened when the Prime Minister was speaking. I listened. In fact, I don't even want to mention about the Mabati, which she talked about. I will not talk about it. She said that money is not necessary. I have said it cannot, it's okay, it can go. But these 2 wrongs must be corrected.
Right.
This house made the right thing, as read by my chairman. He made a clear
statement. Second the motion.
Madam Speaker, so the motion can proceed in the interest of harmony.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Madam Speaker, as we second the motion.
Allow me to have an opportunity. I am the leader of government business in this house. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues.
In 2021, the NRM government presented a manifesto. And the people of Uganda voted against that manifesto as brought by the president. Right, Honorable Speaker, the president brought that manifesto and Ugandans supported it.
Order.
And so,
Order.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want members also appreciate that the president has got a role in decision making and making priorities of where we should put the money and where the budget should be seen. So in this regard, Right Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. Let us now start supplying the budget.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is one issue that has not come out clearly as I second this motion. Members have been talking, but if we don't solve this issue once and for all, next time we shall have the same problem. Madam Speaker, I've been a chairperson of a committee, and there's been one practice by ministries. Which problem is what has caused this? Government has a particular amount of money to implement government projects for every year. Once budget comes like this, the expectation is that president with the ministers must sit down and agree the priorities of a particular year. Once they agree these priorities to be executed in a particular year, there is supposed to be nothing like unfunded priority. Because all the priorities by the president and the ministers as a government must have been what? Agreed upon. Once the president sits with these ministers there, when ministerial policy statements are presented in the committees, the emphasis by ministries is unfunded priorities. Now, if they are talking about unfunded priority, what were the priorities they agreed with the president? Now, here, when we are talking here, I think we are accepting wrong, which is not a wrong of the parliament. No particular committee sat down, got items, and allocated. Some of these allocations, just allow me.
Honorable Nzima.
Yes, please.
So the wrong starts from the ministry.
Yes.
To
Yes.
finance.
Can I explain? Can I explain?
To cabinet.
Madam Speaker, I don't want information. All of you have spoken. Let me speak. Madam Speaker, what happens here is that when these items come, the various ministries will begin to agitate for other issues, which are not the issues they agreed with the president. Now, members of the various committees may think that indeed these are issues which president also has concern about. Members begin to allocate monies to these areas. So the mistake is not parliament. The mistake is these various ministries that do not represent what the president wants. So from today onwards, in this house, we must sit and agree on one thing, where there should be nothing and no term like unfunded priority presented in any budgeting process. If you shall not discontinue this, let's expect the same problem, because this is where the issue comes. Secondly, government is implementing program-based budgeting. When you go to scrutinize all these budgets of government, there are a lot of duplications. If a particular ministry is supposed to play a role for a program to go ahead, why don't there be specific activities by these specific ministries? All ministries are performing. When you are talking about roads, if you go to agriculture, is talking about roads. If you go to local government, it's talking about roads. If you go to infrastructure, it's talking about roads. Where is the program budgeting we are talking about? What are we talking about? So this challenge originated from cabinet itself. They came with their confusion to parliament and put parliament into confusion. This must be sorted out. Madam Speaker, therefore, these arguments we are raising here, if you were to ask the chairperson of Budget Committee to outline some of these areas he has talked about, you'll find that these are areas that come from specific ministries. They are not thinking of Parliament, that members of Parliament thought about these things and put them in the budget process. No, these are issues that were presented by the various ministries. So we should therefore sort this once and for all. Because the whole impression outside there is as if we have taken money, we have done
Thank
what.
you.
I therefore second the motion that let's go to Committee of Supply and look at these items specifically. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the finance, the project budgeting system should start with activities so that they merge together. There is a, I want you to come last time. Frank. Frank.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I'm always silent because when you are silent, you listen. Allow me to share my experience of 10 years ago when I chaired the Finance Committee with Honorable Kanyan and the team. We have all agreed that legislation, budgeting, appropriation is a shared responsibility. There is the role of the executive, there is the role of Parliament. What we usually to do, burning the midnight candle, whenever the committees would even have their reports, even before presenting them, there was always discussion between the entities. I remember we would be seated here. A minister would say, I concede. A chair of the budget committee would say, I concede. After you have consulted and exhausted. But sometimes the report is presented before you've gone through the report. So my proposal, colleagues, you are right. Parliament cannot rubber stamp. But also the executive has priorities, put in the budget, put in the national development plan, it must finance. The budget is the only tool of execution. It is the only tool of governance. So going forward, Right Honorable, I pray that committees and the ministries always harmonize in time so that nobody ambushes the other as if it's a win-win game, a win-lose game.
Fox.
Honorable Speaker, I'll give a
Fox.
Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister Frank.
Madam
It is
Chair.
also unfortunate that whenever we need the ministers to do, they are not there. When we are passing the national budget, you'll find only the poor Musasis in the house suffering here with Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker,
For you, your work. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, you had picked me. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, during the course of financial year 2023-2024, the chairperson of the budget committee.
Honorable members, we need to move faster. I need this bill signed tonight. Tomorrow we want our salary.
Right Honorable, 2 minutes.
We need our fuel. Honorable members, people want salary.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I was stating
Madam Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, there was a
Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, There's a motion and I rise to second the motion.
Madam Chair, please, Madam
Right
Chair.
Honorable Speaker.
Madam
Right
Chair.
Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, may I beg?
Madam Speaker, you had, Madam, you.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've had the benefit of being a member of the Budget Committee for the last 7.5 years. And I've had the benefit of now for the last few months of being a chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. Right Honorable Speaker, as we grapple with this issue, there is a big elephant in this house. And once we don't address it, we will be back to square one. One, as the Honorable Chair has put it, government is doing a shoddy job. Government ministers are letting this parliament down. They are actually abusing your courtesy. And I will elaborate. Right Honorable Minister, for as long as government does not stick to its budget, now we've passed this budget today. Amidst all this crisis, don't be so surprised that next week the Minister of Finance will sit and repurpose this budget again and we come up with a supplementary under 3%. Now, as we do all this with the embarrassment, can we get a commitment from the minister that whatever we do, come in the next 2 months, you are not going to sit down and repurpose and reallocate money that we have passed. Give us a commitment that we are not going to do it. Because as you crucify Parliament, for reallocation every single year, for as long as I've been around, you do on first thing to do in the budget is to go for a 3%. You even disregard things Parliament has totally rejected.
Thank you.
Second issue I want the minister to know, that as we pass the budget, we normally give you a ceiling. And let's go back to that principle. The law requires us, as we pass a budget framework paper, to give them a ceiling, for which ceiling they cannot deviate from. But this is the government that brings addendums to the budget up to the last day. Can they commit that never again will they bring an addendum to the budget at the final hour of appropriation? 14 trillion, for heaven's sake. How do you consider it in one night? Even if you are magical. These are fundamental things. The last thing we want to do. Last year they blackmailed you. Passing money and treasury operations. I've seen the audit report. You gave them a budget of 1.4 trillion. And saying these are statutory obligations. 770 billion out of the 1.4 trillion was unspent. They did not spend it. They just left it out there. And they blackmailed Parliament. It had touched statutory obligations.
General Kavuma, what is happening there?
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to invite this Parliament, because I'll come with it but you can even sort it now. We need to interrogate statutory budget. Treasury operation, that vote 130 has a lot of loopholes. Billions of money are filed there and spent. I've discovered 400 million, which they cannot account for.
Honorable Minister of Finance, I'm going to ask Auditor General to do a forensic audit on vote 130. Vote 130.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want the minister to commit here the big animal in the house. Whether you will not, it's you, whether you will not repurpose this budget under 3%, because that's a big animal in the house. Let him commit, as he has taken us through, that Come this month, next month, you are not going to move to reallocate money that has been done in this budget.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me say.
Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, repurpose. I can assure you that the Minister of Finance will not repurpose the budget because there is no provision in the law which allows them to repurpose the budget. We can assure you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, that we shall operate within the budget and in accordance with the law. It may be unfair for us to stand here and promise to the House that we will not come back to ask for your consideration of any other matters, because that means we will be playing God. We don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. We don't know the needs of this country, what the needs of this country will be, but we shall not do anything outside the law.
Madam, yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want the House, Madam Chair, I want this House to be extremely careful. Because what I have seen, and I have even seen it before, the deliberate attempt by the executive and the top technocrats to spoil the image of Parliament and render our efforts helpless. What they are trying to do is to weaken us such that we don't play our oversight role. And you can see that every time when you look at the media, they are just simply targeting Parliament. And why? Because of recent, we had become very vigilant. We are scrutinizing, even you can imagine the time we sleep, the budget committee. You know, no time, we are concentrating. What they don't want is to see an MP who is extremely eager to play their role. And now what they are simply doing is to just turn us into, I cannot even believe how you go and you mislead the president. I don't know who advised the president to write that Parliament is corrupt. How can you really get the head of state mess up like this for the whole entire world? Because whatever we are seeing here is going to the whole world. How can the whole head of state, the fountain of honor, be misled to write such bad letters that are giving the image of this country a negativity? I think, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, we need you to be very mindful, because we have seen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have been seeing you being attacked. I have been watching what is going on against you. And now they are going from you, then they are going to the members, and then the next they will say we don't need the Parliament in this country. So I think this is where we must protect Ugandans, the power of Ugandans through their members of Parliament.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, listen. You first listen. Honorable members, I was being attacked. Everybody was quiet. Now everybody is attacked. They are talking. Why don't we be each other's what? Keeper. We need to learn to be each other's keeper. When they attack your own, you must respond. The safety does not start from Parliament. It is from the accounting officers.
Madam Chair, Honorable Speaker. Madam Chair, Right Honorable I really want to let me have from there. I have really been standing up to make a contribution. Please, let me also make a contribution. Madam Chair.
Honorable member.
I want to know, Madam Chair. I am making a contribution, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was also a deputy chair of that committee that is accused of being corrupt. That committee never originated any request.
Honorable Chair talked, and that thing has been cleared. Mama.
I have some pain that I need to let out.
Yes. You cannot make me. My Ochenio is my Ochenio. I am also me. Yes. This corner has been ignored. Number one, how did this reallocation come about? Number one, the Section 13 of the Public Finance Act requests us to interrogate the different sector committees to find out where is your costed work plan? Where do you need this money? We asked, and they can't explain. And then that's number one. So they could not even explain where they need the money. Number two, they didn't even use the money of the previous 3 years. They were not spending even up to 50%. They were under absorption. Number three, the president guided that focus on agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral economy, ICT, Itemized. And every time the chairman guided, is this a priority according to what the president said? If we say yes, then we focus on that, on capital development. We put money in health. We put money in ambulances. We put money in primary schools. Who misguided the president that we were taking money away from his priorities? We were putting money in the priorities of the president. Now I'm wondering, whoever misled the president is the enemy of the president himself. That it doesn't want money to go to ambulances. It doesn't want money to go to schools. It doesn't want money to go to health centers. We cannot accept that. That's a lie.
Madam,
those are the enemies of this government.
Right honorable.
Hello?
Right honorable. Let me just
Proceed.
The women are here.
Madam Speaker.
The independents are also here.
There's a procedure here.
Madam Speaker, we haven't spoken. The independent
Procedure.
Madam Speaker. Right honorable Speaker, please. The independents are house.
Motion.
The independents, Madam Speaker.
Motion, Madam
We need
Speaker.
a voice on this.
Motion.
Honorable Sarah, please, the independents have not yet spoken. I am speaking on their behalf. Right honorable Speaker and colleagues.
Even the Basoga have
We
not
need to
spoken.
put this matter straight. I want to give and compliment on what Honorable Vice Chair of Budget has said, Honorable Remijo. Whoever has blackmailed members of parliament to His Excellency the President has done the worst thing to the ordinary Ugandans, especially my people who come from Lamore district. We have put priority in health because it is wealth. We know when somebody is educated, somebody is already having a brighter future. The NRM manifesto is to secure the future of the ordinary Ugandans. How can somebody go and blackmail members of parliament that we have hijacked and misallocated money when we know the priority of Ugandans is health, is education, is water, and water is life? We cannot give 300 billion to Rocco. Who is this Rocco? What is the other name of this Rocco? We cannot sit here and then put our heads buried on the sand and we think we are doing things right. We are not doing things right. I am a member of parliament. Much as I came under independent ticket, I am an NRM person 311. We should stop deceiving Ugandans. People are going to start walking and protesting here that members of parliament are eating money. Where is the money? They are going to say Anita has buried money in our house. Where is the money? Have you carried money in your bags? The money cannot go to Rocco. This money has to go for health. But the health stuff needs to be elevated to a hospital. We can put it down here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Considering that we are going into such type of discussion, I have three proposals. Honorable colleagues, I have three proposals to put this to rest. Number one, the Land Attorney General said that there was a resolution of Parliament, for example, to fund Rocco. But we have had resolutions here some of those budget reallocations were resolutions of parliament that went to sectors. For example, the two schools that are grant aided in my constituency, it was a matter that was raised here on the floor. It was given to the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office involved the Education Committee, and it went to the Budget Committee. It cannot be a non-priority. So what I would say, as somebody who is a senior trade unionist in negotiations, considering that this budget we don't support, I mean that it is supplied by almost 70%. Not all the entire budget is given, money is allocated to the sectors. What I was trying to say, why don't we add this 750 billion onto the 72 trillion and it becomes 750, so that the areas that have been considered,
the Vice President,
those areas that have been considered information.
Can I hear from the Vice President? Honorable members.
Honorable Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair, honorable colleagues. Madam Chair, honorable colleagues.
Honorable members, can we listen?
Madam Chair, we have been sitting here from 2 o'clock. Up to now, it is 5 o'clock. And Madam Chair, I have stood up first and foremost to make 2 clarifications, but also to appreciate the way we have been moving from 2 o'clock up to now, regardless of the challenges. That is Parliament, that is freedom of Parliament, and we are all enjoying, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are now moving towards moving a motion so that we can commence on a case-by-case basis, handling items which are to be reconsidered. However, I would like, I don't know if Honorable John Baptist Nambeshe is still around. I thank you for the statement that you made. And actually, when you are speaking, a true culture of Parliament manifested itself, of listening to each other. I am just begging that I am also given that courtesy which the Honorable Nambeshe received when he was speaking. But amongst the very many good points that you made, you alluded to the fact that what we're handling now may not be legitimate. And that is a very strong statement because we are all lawmakers here. You actually stated that history will judge us wrong. And you quoted what happened here 19 years ago. Madam Chair, the clarification I would like to make is that what we are handling here is taken care of by the provision of the Constitution. And that is one of the clarifications that I thought I would make. The second one was from the Honorable James Kaberuka, who alluded to the fact that what we are handling here is to appease one person. I thought that was a strong word, especially appease. My view is that what we're handling here is our role and responsibility as members of parliament. Members of parliament who were freely elected in the general election. And the correction I would like to make is that members of parliament, members of cabinet, members of the judiciary are part of one government constitutionally. And therefore, I would like us to return to the statement which the Attorney General gave us in the beginning, that the idea to do the blame game while handling this very important bill will not help any of us. I would like to call upon all of us again, Madam Chair, to draw our attention to the strategic and specific reason why we are here. We are all elected because the people saw us fit to come and speak here. We can all speak until cows come back home. But Madam Speaker, I would like to persuade the members of this august House to accept that maybe what we have said is sufficient enough. Because one of the reasons that was highlighted by Semujunganda before he went out is that we are now in a new financial year. And therefore, all arms of government require resources to continue the operations in their different sectors. And therefore, we also need to draw our attention to that direction. And then the issues of the Budget Act, the Public Finance Management Act, in case there are areas that need amendment, that is again our role. The issues of moving in uncoordinated movements, also we have the chance to cure because we still come to this house together. Members of cabinet come to committees with their policy statements. I have witnessed members of parliament, members of cabinet leaving cabinet to come to the committee of parliament to discuss the policy statement. And that is part of the budgeting process. The members of cabinet receive core circulars from Ministry of Finance, not one, not two, but sometimes even up to the fourth. And they engage, Madam Chair, members of the committees of their respective sectors. So I would like to state once again, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, that let's accept to move as one family and correct the errors which were raised and look in the direction of owning this challenge, this responsibility which His Excellency the President has returned to us. And then we move so that Madam Chair.
Yes, honorable members, let's listen.
Madam Chair, finally, I know that I respect the member of parliament who raised the issue of who is that who is misguiding the president to write such a letter. A senior member said, who is that who is guiding His Excellency, who is misguiding His Excellency the President to say that parliament is corrupt? So, Madam Chair, I think that the office of the President has so many channels of communicating with the whole of Uganda, including communicating to Parliament itself and all of us. I didn't want us to leave that open because it would look that we have some suspects who are misleading His Excellency the President. And if Madam Chair, yes, if there is anyone who is known, by members of this august House for having that habit of misguiding or misleading His Excellency the President, I think that this is not a correct forum to discuss that. I would pledge, Madam Chair, that if there is that case, we can have a conversation after the House, and then we see how to cure that. But I know for a fact that His Excellency the President cannot be misguided and cannot be misled. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply. Those in favor for budget estimates for financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Committee of Supply.
Guidance, Chair. Chair, some guidance. Madam Chair, as we are going to supply, I need to be guided on how to move. Given what the budget committee and especially what the chair stated, because they were giving justifications as the minister was reading. Because when I look at it from vote 005 up to 143, the justification they are giving is over provision of the money, failure to absorb money. So, Madam Chair, are we going to take this money back to where they had over provided? I need that guidance, Madam Speaker. The other one, too, where I need some guidance is they provided money to secure this council, this through intelligence, ISO and ESO. Are we going to ignore that? Finally, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, finally, when I look at the totals, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, the final one is, we are talking about priorities and money going to our people. Of what the minister, Honorable Musa, provided, of the 750 billion, 631 billion is recurrent, what the president always talks about.
Honorable Elijah, we are in supply. We are going to supply recurrent expenditure, and that is central government, vote 001 to vote 0402.
Procedure.
Recurrent expenditure, central government, vote 001 to vote 402.
Procedure.
I put a question that the sum of Uganda shillings 13 trillion 590 billion 231 million 851,000 be provided for as a total recurrent expenditure for the central government, vote 001 to 402 for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Regional referral hospitals, votes 403 to vote 422.
Madam Chair, there's a statutory.
We shall put that one also.
Madam Chair, proceed.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 290 billion 789 million 423,000 be provided for as a total recurrent expenditure for referral hospitals, vote 403 to 422 for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Missions abroad, votes 501 to 538.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 263 billion 336 million 145,000 be provided for as a total sum of a total recurrent expenditure for Uganda missions abroad, vote 501 to vote 538 for financial year 2024, 2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Local governments, vote 601 to vote 935.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 4,678,357,676,000 be provided for as a total recurrent expenditure for a local government. Vote 601 to 935 for financial year 2024. 2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Total recurrent expenditure.
Shall reach. I put
Chair,
a,
there is a statutory provision we have not catered for.
we are going to do it. We are going to do it.
But the vote is passing.
No, the statutory is different. I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 18,741,715,994,000 be provided for as a total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2024, 2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Development expenditure, central government, vote 001 to vote 402.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 14,746,575,870,000 be provided for as a total development expenditure for the central government. Vote 001 to 402 for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say the contrary.
Madam Chair.
nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there is a risk that in future we are going to be accused. Because you are just saying aye, you don't know what you are saying aye for.
The figures are
No, that is
The
a
figures-
summation of things. We need to know the details.
It's there. Look,
We are dealing with development expenditure. No, I've seen, but what is in those things?
Regional referral hospitals, votes 403 to vote 422.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 6,730,000,000 6,703,784,000 be provided for as a total development expenditure for the regional referral hospitals. Vote 403 to vote 422 for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Missions abroad, votes 501 to vote 538.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 63,389,068,000 be provided for as a total development expenditure for Uganda missions abroad. Vote 501 to vote 538 for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Local governments, vote 601 to vote 935.
I put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings
I have an issue of government.
759 billion
I have an issue of government.
714,806,000 be provided for as a development
issue on local
expenditure
government.
for local government. Vote 601 to 935 for financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay.
Honorable
Ayes
Chair,
have it.
money for hospitals has been cut into half.
Total development expenditure. Total development expenditure.
I put a question that the total development expenditure is 15 trillion 576 billion 383 million 527,000 be provided for as a total development expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Grand total appropriation. Grand total appropriation.
Have an iPad.
Clarification.
Can I give you my specs, Muzala, and use?
Grand total
Haja, let me
appropriation.
get the grand, then I could give you. Grand total, I put a question that the grand total of Uganda shillings, 34 trillion, 318 billion, 98 million, 622,000 be provided for as a grand total appropriation for the financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable Chair,
Thank you. You had said you would give me.
the money for hospitals has been cut into half. Even when government wants to be bad, we can't leave it to be this bad. I believe we are not proceeding very well. Thank you.
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Just a minute. Honorable members, as you are aware that statutory votes are direct charge votes on the consolidated fund and therefore do not require to be appropriated by the House. However, for avoidance of doubt, because the Honorable Guzuli is really in it, I would like to state that the total budgetary allocation for the statutory votes and specified officers for the financial year 2024-2025 is 36 trillion 688 billion 316 million 627,000. And you can get the summary. Show the summary. In addition, the total of the pension and gratuity and non-statutory vote is 1 trillion 130 billion 89 million and 4,000. That is the total. The grand total of statutory on the consolidated fund for the financial year 2024-2025 and the pension is 37 trillion 818 billion 405 million 632,000. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
We need to recommit something.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair,
Yeah?
I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the Supply reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has reconsidered the Appropriations Bill 2024.
As supplied.
I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has reconsidered the Appropriations Bill 2024 as returned by the President and passed it.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Bill second reading, the Appropriation Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President in accordance with Article 91 3C of the Constitution.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Appropriations Bill 2024 as returned by the President be read for the second time. No.
Is it seconded?
No, it is first.
Second time. Second time. Seconded. Mayorone. Ayeko. Shatis. Kavuma Afande. Kavuma Afande. Afande Nekesa. Afande Alayo. By Dr. Che. By Prime Minister. Royal Guard. Everybody. You need to just Toto VP. Ikojo is also there. Just fine. I put a question that Appropriation Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Those in favor say the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
The Appropriation Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Check. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Schedule.
3 amendment.
Ugandans are not alert.
Madam Chair, we propose to replace or substitute the schedule in the bill with the Annex 1 Appropriations Bill 2024 Recurrent Expenditure, Annex 2 Appropriations Bill 2024 Development Expenditure, and Annex 3. Oh, yes. I beg to move.
I put a question that the schedule to the bill be substituted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it, and the answer should capture the schedule.
The schedule as amended.
I put a question that the schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the Appropriations Bill 2024 as returned by the President and passed it with no amendments. No, with amendments. We amended the schedule.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Minister.
I beg to move a motion that the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the whole contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading. The Appropriation Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President.
Honorable members, the quorum is 242. Honorable Minister, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Appropriation Bill 2024 as returned by His Excellency the President be read and the third time and do pass. Those in favor said and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Appropriation Act 2024.
The title is settled and the bill has been passed. Congratulations. Honorable member, can we, I want to amend since we are going for a long recess, I want to amend the order paper and you lay the loan request.
But clarification, yes. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, a small thing.
Just a minute.
Before we move away from.
No, let him
the
finish.
return.
Let him finish this.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I want to lay before Parliament a proposal to borrow up to euro 126,440,160. Boy, I moved forward. Can I repeat? I wish to lay before Parliament the proposal to borrow up to euro 126,440,160.0268 equivalent to US dollars 136.95 million as at 5th December 2023 from Citibank to finance the design and build of Rusalira, Nkonge, Umegere, Sembabule Road, upgrading project of 97 kilometers. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The loan is referred to the Committee of National Economy for perusal. Vice President.
Procedure.
Vice President.
Procedure.
Honorable Sachkubo, please.
Honorable members, as the Vice President is going to speak, on a sad note, I want to announce that one of our colleagues lost a mother, Honorable Lumo Richard, and we keep him in our prayers. Losing a mother is not an easy thing. And may her soul rest in eternal peace.
Sorry about that, Right Honorable Speaker. May her soul rest in eternal peace. And may we stand up and for a moment of silence in honor of that mother who is all of, is an equivalent of all our mother. The Speaker can sit.
May her soul rest in eternal
The
peace.
Speaker. Thank you.
I gave the Vice President power to say that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But in light of your leadership here in Parliament, I think it was an error. I would have just said all of us members of Parliament except Madam Speaker. But thank you very much for the way you have steered the House during this time from 2 up to now. I would like all of us members of Parliament to thank Madam Speaker very sincerely. Secondly, let me also thank all members of Parliament because the challenge we have just managed has demonstrated the fact that when we work together, when we work closely, when we speak in one language, we can do many things together. I want to pray, Madam Speaker, that as Parliament, we continue moving in this direction because we are here to cure the challenges faced by all our people in villages or in town councils or in cities. In short, Madam Speaker, I would like once again, on behalf of His Excellency the President, who gave us this role, which we have just finished, to thank the whole House once again and promise that as executive, we shall continue working very closely with members of Parliament and the leadership of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, as I said before, that I want to apologize for calling you while you're on recess, because I want you to bond with your members. And now we are going to make sure that you bond better. You understand when I say you bond better? You're going to bond better, and the House is still adjourned to 23rd of July, 2024. House adjourned at 2 p.m.
Procedure, Right Honorable. Sachkuba is on the floor.
Honorable members who have not signed, please.